Hi, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Q&A about business, innovation, and managing life. I think there are a few questions saved up or sent to us on the form. And please feel free to send in whatever you'd like. Let's see, what are we going to talk about? Oh, here's one that might be easy. You know, whenever I think there's a question where it's like, I think I know the answer to that, that's easy. Turns out to be the ones that are hardest to answer. But there's one from Brady here asking, do I play any musical instruments? Would I consider songs formal systems? And then they talk about imagining a multi-way graph for chords on a guitar. It sounds like a more technical thing than I usually talk about here, but some part of that is easy to answer. I do not play any musical instruments. I learned piano for years when I was a kid. I think I was decent at it, but without a lot of enthusiasm for it, unfortunately. We had one experiment, in 2007 or so, called Wolfram Tones, which was kind of originally an idea of mine, then developed by some other people at the company who are more musically sophisticated than me. And the idea had to do with taking these simple programs that generate complicated behavior that I've studied for such a long time, and seeing whether some of the behavior whether the behavior that they generate could be something that could be turned into music that would sound interesting. And the answer is, well, at least for short periods of time, yes, it's fairly interesting. I mean, the idea was very straightforward. I mean, it's basically to take these things called cellular automata, which are just, you have lines of black and white cells and you're updating the color of each cell based on the color of the cell, its previous color and the colors of its neighbors. Very simple rule. One of my all-time favorite science discoveries is the fact that even with rules as simple as that, it's possible to get very complicated behavior that seems for many practical purposes completely random and so on, even though the underlying rule is very simple. So the question is, if you take that array of black and white dots, and you, for example, take a column of black and white dots, or a collection of columns of black and white dots, you kind of turn it on its side and view that as a musical stave and literally play it with various kinds of arrangements, so to speak, what does it sound like? And the answer is, it sounds kind of interesting because there is an underlying rule. So it isn't sounding just completely random in a sense, but it isn't simple because of this phenomenon of being able to make complexity from simple rules, but it's something that is complex, yet has some underlying, quotes, logic to it. And so it can sound kind of interesting, at least for, I don't know, 5, 10, 15 seconds. By the time it's dragging on into the many minutes, we humans expect some kind of narrative there in our music as well as perhaps in our spoken communication, and that's not something you're going to get from this system. It doesn't generate it doesn't tend to generate that kind of sort of long-term, quotes, meaningful to us type narrative. It is generating all sorts of complexity, which in some philosophical sense is sort of abstractly meaningful, but it doesn't kind of tell a human story particularly. So the answer is that the thing that surprised me about that website, Wolfram Tones, which is still up and running now, actually I think it was rejiggered to use some of our more recent technology a few years ago. The thing that I had kind of imagined was when it comes to people composing music, that people would say, oh, well, I, the human, have all the ideas, and then maybe I let the computer do some kind of the more mechanical side of arranging the music. But actually, what I've heard from people multiple times over the years, from composer types, is, that website's interesting for getting kind of the core of a tune, so to speak, which then they can go on and interpret as humans. It's kind of like you could imagine, a photographer going around and finding sort of this interesting image that exists in the world, but they have to kind of pick out that one and then develop from there, and so on. So that's been that way of doing things. I personally, I have to say, I'm not a listening to music kind of person, because I find that the things that I do, I end up really concentrating on pretty hard. And so even when I'm doing sort of responding to email and things like that, when I'm really in a sort of slightly frustrated state, just going, message by message as quickly as I can kind of thing, because there isn't really much that I need to think hard about, then just sometimes I'll put on some music, can't have vocals in it, because otherwise lyrics or whatever, then I'm listening to that and I can't think about what I'm reading. I think I have sort of a one-track mind in this respect. But sometimes I find that a good way to give myself a rhythm for going through things. But whenever I actually have to think and write a piece of mail or write something else, I'm like, I got to pause the music, because I can't think with that going, so to speak. So I'm afraid the only thing that is a terrible habit I shouldn't even admit to is kind of whistling while I work. And I've kind of, a few times I've sort of been recording, doing screen recordings, which I tend to do, of these kind of video work logs, which I don't really know why I got started doing this, but it's sort of a routine thing that I do to record sort of the how I actually create documents and things like that. And sometimes I forget to put on mute, and then I've got some terrible whistling, which is embarrassingly tuneless, probably. Okay, in any case, so a question here from looks like some Hindi characters that I can't read. What do I think about the behavior of innovation changes with scale? That is, what is the difference in innovation between startups, small businesses, large enterprises? Yeah, well, it's interesting, because I've tried very hard to build a company where we can do innovative things over the long term, and so far we're at 35 years and counting, which is great. And I think sometimes the company is a little too small for some of the things we want to do. Sometimes I think it's a little too big for some of the things we want to do. It's challenging. And here's sort of what tends to happen. I mean, companies, the way that typically companies sort of make the most money is by having sort of a machine that just keeps doing something, and it doesn't have to think too much. It just keeps doing something, because thinking, so to speak, tends to be, unless that's the challenge, is to make the thinking part be something that is part of the rhythm of what the company does, so it doesn't end up being sort of super expensive to do. Because anytime you're doing something that is kind of not what you normally do, that propagates, all the way up the management hierarchy, because somebody's got to, either it dies somewhere, deep in the company, and that happens very often in companies, or it kind of has to propagate up to the level of somebody who can actually make the decision to do something different from what's being done now, so to speak. So I think, and the issue with startups tends to be that there's certain kinds of innovation that you can do that require only very small scale. There's some other things where the people sort of doing the innovation are also doing, at a very small startup scale, are also doing much of the kind of mechanical work that's needed to get anything to happen. And that kind of prevents them from sort of having the time to put into innovation in the same kind of way. And the other issue with startups tends to be, if one's lucky, if one can do a startup as I was able to do 35 years ago, where you don't take outside investment money and so on, and you're kind of just sort of responsible to yourself and your customers and so on. But very often with sort of typical startups, you've taken investment money, and the investors have ideas about what you should do, and there's sort of a often complicated tension in in kind of what they want you to do, what you think you might want to do, the incredible innovative idea that you have, but the investors say that's way too far out there. Please don't spend our money on that type thing. There tends to be forces acting towards kind of against innovation as soon as one's dealing with, well, just do the thing that seems like everybody else is doing. That's much safer. You won't lose our money that way, so to speak. So I think that's when it gets to very large companies, there's a huge challenge in getting innovative things done. And that's why so many large companies essentially do most of their innovation by buying smaller companies. In some industries, like pharma industry, that's super common. It's become fairly common in the software industry as well. I think that it's challenging. For example, in a company of our scale, 800 people or something, doing sort of innovative new things is challenging. So here's the issue. The issue is people are doing their jobs. They're often working very hard at their jobs. Their jobs involve going in a particular direction, building some particular product, tending some particular product line that has been successful. When it comes to kind of doing something new and different, it's like that's nobody's job particularly. So it ends up often coming from me in our company. I think there's an interesting opportunity in this or that direction. Let's go and pursue that. And then it's often quite a challenge because people say, no, we can't do that. We're doing this thing that is our main job. And this is the thing we're supposed to be doing. And look, it's being successful. Don't pull us off to this thing that is very speculative, where it probably isn't going to be successful because most speculative things, one might imagine, aren't successful. Let us keep going on the main thing we're doing. And what I've done to try and deal with that is to kind of have a special projects group. Although I think I've said in these live streams before, one of the things that's tended to happen with our special projects group is that it's too successful in the sense that it does a, quote, special project, and then that project becomes a larger scale thing, and the people in that special projects group get pulled into the kind of mainstream product development for that successful product, and everybody there is happy. But that means that one isn't having this kind of special project that's going to do the thing that was off the beaten track going forward. So, I mean, that's one of my sort of approaches to getting sort of innovative things done in a company, for example, of our scale, is to successively kind of, in a sense, spin off these special project groups that will do things that are usually initiated by me, and usually kind of tracked quite closely by me, that are kind of trying to do new kinds of things. I think that there are large companies that try to have sort of innovation groups or research labs or whatever. Often the big challenge there is, even if something amazing gets discovered in the research lab, getting it ingested back into the company is really hard, because people say, this is an amazing invention. Is it going to make us $5 billion? If no, we don't have a mechanism to sort of ingest it into the main part of our company. And that's something certainly famously happened with, Xerox PARC, to some extent with Bell Labs did better on that, but certainly had innovations where that was what happened with them and so on. So it's a challenging thing. And I think that I would say that it takes a lot of forcefulness to get innovation done within companies, because there's a lot of kind of pushback against that by virtue of the fact that sort of the natural selection of what the company should do is things that aren't particularly innovative, but are things that have been done before, but they're a machine that is commercially successful. I suppose in our particular company, I'm sufficiently motivated to do new and innovative things that I have kind of traded off sort of greater commercial success of our company for the ability to have some degree of agility to do innovative kinds of things. And that in practice, it sort of turns into a large fraction of our employees are R&D employees. And that's kind of where the focus has been. And also we've kind of developed a culture where people do come to expect that we will do new things. I mean, there was a time in the history of our company where we've been sort of doing the same thing for about a decade. I'd been off doing something rather different, but the company had been sort of our main product. Mathematica at that time was sort of the main thing. And when I sort of came back from doing my big, in that case, basic science project, and really started focusing on sort of what were the next steps for the company, it was something where it took real effort to turn that ship, so to speak, in the direction of new and different things. And as a matter of fact, that Wolf and Tones project that I mentioned, that was kind of a goofy project in many ways, was very helpful in turning, well, it was helpful in some ways in turning the ship. It was helpful in the sense that it made people say, oh, we can do fun and interesting stuff that isn't just the mainline product we're doing. And that was helpful both internally and for some recruiting. It was unhelpful in terms of our management because people looked at it and said, we didn't make any money from that. Why did we do that? And that was, when the next in that case was basically Wolfram Alpha, came along, I kind of had to hide that project because people were otherwise going to say, it's just like Wolfram Tones, we're not going to make any money from it. So that was that's kind of how that challenge works. Let's see. Oligaz asks, do I have electronics off daytime window? No electronic communication, no computers. Computers are my friends. No, I'm very much a computers on pretty much all the time, except when I'm talking to people, and I'm not distracted looking at a computer. I mean, I guess maybe I'm a poor multitasker. So if I'm actually talking to somebody, if I kind of glance over to look at some message or something, it's really obvious, and it's kind of like I'm really not. And people who work with me a lot kind of can tell, like at the end of some meeting when we're really pretty much winding down, and I'm obviously off thinking about something else. It's like they can instantly tell I'm just not paying attention. So I tend to be, I'm either paying attention to the person I'm talking to, or I'm not. In terms of I do tend to, I use email. I don't use texting, for example, to any significant extent. I only use it for kind of sort of the few instant messages that come through, so to speak. I don't use it as kind of an alternative channel. I don't tend to use internal messaging systems at our company and so on very much. I tend to be very much an email-oriented person, and I get hundreds of emails every day. And it's a complicated and time-consuming activity to kind of grind those down. And quite often I'll get emails that will take. I mean, I just responded, I have to say, with some embarrassment to an email that I should have responded to a long time ago that was from 2008. What tends to happen is I will go through every day emails that I can respond to quickly, and then there'll be this kind of pile up of older ones, and I kind of have a whole process for trying to get through all of those. I think that for me, something with more urgency than email, apart from very sort of scheduling-oriented things, doesn't work well for me. I would find that very hard for me to really concentrate with. I spend a fair amount of my time just actually working on, well, for example, science or other kinds of sort of innovation, technology kinds of things, and writing things and so on. And for those things, I'll just, I'll be sitting and writing and doing my thing, and I don't want to be interrupted. I don't have, I never get phone calls. I don't even know my own phone number, actually. I don't get sort of incoming phone calls, in the normal course of events. And I tend to, when I know that certain kinds of activities, it's going to take me a couple of hours to really, it doesn't make sense for me to do it unless I have a couple of hours available to sit and do it, and then I'll be doing it. And, I have enough concentration on that activity that I won't be glancing over and looking at my email. I know if I do that, that it's kind of like it's a sign that I'm not really concentrating on what I'm doing. And usually I think I'll go for, I don't know how long it is, I should measure it. I certainly have the data to know this, but my impression is probably about an hour and a half, couple of hours, that I can kind of do a one sitting. I'm just doing this. I'm just thinking about this thing. I'm just, figuring something out. I'm just writing some piece of orphan language code or whatever else. And then, after that, I'll kind of take a break for a few minutes, and maybe I'll look at some email. Maybe I find it sort of satisfying. Email is one of these things where it's like in just a few minutes, you can grind down a few pieces of email. You can respond to a few things. You can think through a few things and make responses and such like. And it's a good kind of filler activity, and that's how I tend to use it. So I tend to have these periods of concentration where, yes, I suppose I'm off electronics, although I'm sitting at a computer doing things with the computer, like writing code or whatever. But I'm not sort of in the being interrupted by electronics all that time. But I don't. That's my practice with this. Parmenides is asking, how do I deal with back pain and eye strain from reading too much? I've been, I'm sort of, I get a decent office chair. I tend to, one thing I've done, this is perhaps a useful thing, is like put your monitors up fairly high. So you're not kind of always, sort of leaning over to read your down low monitor. I think that's a thing that us humans were probably not, back when we were evolved to go hunt woolly mammoths and so on, the idea of looking down at your laptop wasn't a thing. And so I don't think that's I think over the years, I sort of, as many people do who I had not kind of figured out this point until maybe 10 years ago, that, put your monitors up fairly high so that you are not crouched over all the time. And then, I don't get back pain. And, perhaps I've been fortunate in that respect, but that's one thing. In terms of, I fortunately so far have fairly decent eyesight, although I've tended to, I wear glasses, although my children are always giving me a hard time because, I can read perfectly well without them most of the time. And, I, got my driving license without them and all those kinds of things. But I tend to be enough of a perfectionist that I've tried to figure out, exactly, what strength of glasses, how much astigmatism and so on, so that I can kind of do as so it works as well as possible. And actually, one of the little bit of a hacks that I've done is, because I'm an ancient guy, I have multifocal glasses, which change their focus as you tip your head, and I've got it so that when I'm at the computer, I can't be kind of down with my head drooping down, because I wouldn't be able to read the screen, because I've arranged it so that I end up having to look fairly straight ahead in order to be reading the screen at the right distance for my glasses and so on. So it's sort of a silly little hack. But I also, I have a kind of one of these desks that you press a button and it raises itself up, and occasionally I'll do that if I'm feeling like, oh, I've been sitting for too long. Let me stand for a while, and that seems to work fairly well for kind of keeping me from being completely immobile. It's I think actually another thing I have to say, same kind of thing with my car. I put some effort into figuring out, there's you put the steering wheel and the seat and the this and that and the other. How do you actually arrange it so that you're sitting in a reasonable configuration when you're driving? It was not actually super intuitive to me what that should be, and it took some effort and thinking and so on to sort that out. And it probably not that I've driven very much in the last couple of years, and that's another thing. Let's see. The question from Juan here if you started your business again, what would you avoid or do differently? You know, this was my current company, which I've been running for the last 35 years. It's kind of my second company, a second substantial company. The first one I kind of started when I was like 21 years old, and I had other people involved. I brought in a CEO, I had venture capital investors, and so on. And for me, that was just like, well, it was a thing, but I didn't really, the things that I really felt passionate about, really, it was hard to put passion into that company after sort of too many other people were involved doing all kinds of other things I didn't necessarily agree with, and so on. I think the thing that is important about at least the company I've been running for a long time is that, I really care about what we do. I put a lot of effort into what we do. I care about the people we have. I care about the customers we have. It's something where I actually, it's something I really care about, and that's really good. And one of the questions is then, can you avoid sort of the things that are frustrating and that were sort of bad ideas and so on? I would say that generally not too many mistakes made in our current company. I suppose that some of the mistakes, one of the questions is, why are people working at your company? Are they there because they want to make a bunch of money? Are they there because they care about products? Are they there because for some other reason, because of people and so on? And, our company has been, we've been respectably commercially successful, but the company's not, I would say our primary mission is to do interesting things and build interesting stuff and be useful to the world, not so much maximize the amount of money and profit and so on that we've made. And so one of the things that I think is important, and where I didn't do too badly at this, but I had a few glitches with this, is have people involved in your company who in the end are going to be aligned with the true mission of the company. I would say there was some teething problems with that. And that's one thing that it's so hard to predict. I mean, if you'd asked me when I started my current company, what would happen with it 5-10 years in the future, I would, I really wanted to start a company that was building intellectual property and was not building the whole apparatus to do all of the distribution and marketing and sales and so on and so on and so on for sort of raw intellectual property. That's not how it has actually worked out. We've ended up being sort of the full vertically integrated thing of all those pieces. So that was, and there were things that there were sort of minor mistakes that got made as a result of the assumption about kind of what the company would be like in the future. Those are things where if you can avoid, you have some vision for what the company is going to be like in the future. You set up your, stockholder agreements. You set up this and that and the other based on that. To the extent that you can be kind of neutral in terms of what's going to happen in the future, that's always, in my experience, that's a good thing, because you actually don't know what's going to happen in the future. And if you kind of have implicitly or explicitly made some assumption that turns out to be wrong, there's some sort of mess that will develop from trying to bring those two things together. Let's see. There's a question from GZB about elimination of jobs and how I think society will cope with mass unemployment after we automate the majority of trade-related jobs. This whole question about where the jobs go it's an interesting one. A number of years ago, I tried to look at the data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics and its predecessors in the US. I think there's data going back to the 1850s or so. In fact, I know it goes back to the 1850s, but to right before the Civil War, that give the number of people employed in this profession and that profession and so on. And I tried to, the nature of the professions has changed over time. There are job categories which I'd never even heard of that existed in 1880 and so on. But I tried to kind of line up what were the in slightly bigger buckets, what were the trends that had existed in the US for employment. And what do you see? Well, you see agriculture. The US was a very agriculturally oriented country back in the 1850s. That goes way down. You see other things come up. You see things related to municipal kinds of activities, government and so on. That goes up. Education goes up. Healthcare goes up. What other kinds of things? Manufacturing was kind of went up, but went down, but not so much. Not as much as one might have, not as much as I had thought. Construction was a big component that I think remained fairly constant. Now, I think that what is always interesting about sort of jobs and what there is to do is that it just seems like there's always a new niche. There's always something where people said, really, you can make a living being a professional, video game player? Oh, you can, make a living being, doing some kind of very kind of human-related, being a remote driver of delivery robots or a wrangler of this or that kind of thing. It is strange how there always seem to be new niches coming up, and I think there's a sort of a question sometimes of, well, sometimes, for example, one of the things that one sees is, oh, these niches tend to be in these more computer-oriented areas, for example, in a country like the US. And, maybe they're in, who knows, cybersecurity, they're in this, they're in that. And you say, what does that mean for who can do this? But, another thing that's happening is through if you have skill that is very human-oriented, very, empathetic kind of skill, and you're not particularly techie-oriented, that doesn't mean that, because there's a job that involves a computer, that you can't do it. I mean, the efforts of people like myself and many, many others in the kind of tech world is make computers so that they are convenient for humans to use, and not require that anybody who touches a computer has to have kind of the PhD in computer science kind of thing. And that's kind of so that means that even though it might look as if there's a job where, you have to know how to touch a computer. Well, everybody pretty much knows how to touch a computer now. And we're going to lots of effort to make it easier and easier to do things with computers. And so that allows kind of a skill that isn't, the techie skill to be done even when the thing in the middle is something to do with a computer. And I think, so I'm much less convinced that kind of the humans are out of the loop, so to speak. I think I did try to figure out, I was going to write something about kind of the future of jobs, but I have to say I was a bit confused by the data because I couldn't really conclude very much from this data. I wondered, there's certain kinds of jobs that are, for example, jobs that involve humans interacting with humans. It seems to matter to humans to have humans in the loop for some kinds of things. I don't know, whether it's teaching, whether it's sales, whether it's various kinds of, therapy, counseling, medical kinds of things. Us humans care about having humans in the loop in those kinds of places, or seem to. There are some corners where actually we kind of prefer to have a computer. Maybe it's easier to answer questions about some medical thing to a computer than to a human, I'm not sure. But there are also places where it does seem we like to have humans in the loop. And I think sometimes there are things that can get done that are doable because of technology, but they still need a human interface, as in a human there, to really do the last sort of step in having things happen. So I'm less convinced that kind of all the jobs are going to go away and people are going to be able to kind of sit back and let the robots run things. Now, I think it probably is the case that certain aspects of how the world works, it is possible to automate those, and we've already seen that. I mean, the fact that the kind of standard of living, the expectations that people have about sort of what they can do on a daily basis and what kind of comforts they can have on a daily basis have gone dramatically up over the years, and that's largely a consequence of technology and the big stack of automation that exists. And I think that, but to then conclude that, so that means that a bunch of things that were kind of somebody actually had to go and I don't know what, add up the numbers by hand for some clerical job. That's not a thing anymore. But that doesn't mean that there's, so that layer has been automated. I mean, it's sort of reminiscent of the question in education. As we know more as a society, doesn't that mean that we kind of have to, that there's just more and more and more to learn, and people would have to sort of be in school until they're 50 years old in order to know all the stuff? Well, that doesn't happen. One of the main reasons is because of automation, because there are tools, even I've been involved in building, that take things which people would otherwise have to learn. How do we do this? Well, how do we do it by hand? You just use a computer and use our tools to solve those problems, and you never have to learn how to do those by hand. And similarly, in education, there's another dynamic, which is as fields progress, there ends up being sort of a more abstract understanding of things, so you don't have to learn as many of the details. But I think that's sort of the same kind of thing. Now, when it comes to, I would say that I'm an optimist, but I would say that several things are true about jobs. One is that there are going to be new niches. There are always new niches. There are always, you look at over the last 150 years, there's a dramatic collection of new niches. There are some niches that go away, largely through automation, but new niches come up. The other thing is, but what about the people who, aren't the best, math kids in school and so on? What will they do? I think that a lot of the need for humans has to do with, for example, more human kinds of jobs for which being the best math kid in school is absolutely irrelevant, and perhaps even of negative value in terms of typical personalities. So I'm not convinced that I think that there can be a certain, people sometimes will say, but if it involves computers, what will happen to all these people who are who aren't technically sophisticated? And I would say, as I was saying, I mean that we in the world of technology sort of are trying to make it so that the humans can really do what the humans are best at, and that allows opportunities for lots of people. So I'm not expecting that there'll be no place for the humans. Now, will it be possible? That there are all these complicated discussions about Okay, so another thing to say is there are parts of the world where there are just great natural resources, where basically there's ways to make money in the world, so to speak, by just mining those natural resources. And in a sense, there's sort of a bit of a free ride that's available as a result of that. And there's sort of a question of, is automation the free ride for the world? That is, the mining of, I don't know, you have oil, you have some mineral resources or whatever, that can give you kind of you don't put anything in, it's just sitting there in the ground, and you can mine it and then sell it in the world market, so to speak, and that's sort of a bit of a free ride. The question is, in the computational universe of, for example, possible programs, is there sort of a similar, perhaps inexhaustible kind of mining supply there that can, in a sense, provide some prosperity to everybody because it's accessible to everybody? And that's an interesting question, and that's ultimately a question of economics, I think, and a question of sort of there's the general impression that the sort of the GDP of the world, the value of the world, has gone up and up over time. And there's a question of sort of how to characterize that. Why does it happen? I suppose one sort of understanding of that would be, if you imagine things you might want to do, then there's the question of how hard is it to do that? How sort of expensive is it to do those things? And in a sense, if there is more intrinsic value in the world, the set of things that can be done in some way has expanded. and that's maybe some kind of operational measure of sort of the increase of value of the world. But I think that's that goes back to does automation probably increases the sort of value of the world, and it increases sort of the comfort level for typical people in the world, just because there are things we'd otherwise have to worry about. I don't know, when I was a kid, I was on the tail end of using ink pens and having to fill your pen from an ink reservoir and things like this. I'm ancient. That hasn't been a thing for a long time. And occasionally, an ink pen would explode and you get ink all over yourself and things like this. That's become easier over time. Similarly, it's things like cars have become, you have to know a lot less about the workings of a car to use a car these days, and so on. So, I mean, those things are perhaps reflections of the effect of automation and so on. Let's see. A question from Ed here. How did I manage the sales side when I started the first company? My first company, I brought in a CEO. So it was sort of their job to manage things like sales. I would say that I got a little bit more involved than I would have liked to, and then was I was sort of frustrated actually, because I felt that, this is a long time ago now, I mean, this is 40 years ago now, that there were things that were sort of obvious to do and we weren't doing them. And I think in retrospect, I was probably right. In my current company, one of the important decisions I made was not to be terribly involved in sales. In fact, to be as uninvolved as possible, because the thing that tends to happen to sort of vision-oriented founders, so to speak, is they spend all their time sort of doing sales and interacting with customers and sort of promoting the product, so to speak. And I just didn't want to do that. That wasn't a life calculation that I wanted to make. And so I think that what I was perfectly happy to do was to kind of broadcast all the great things about our product, as I still do to some extent. I should probably do it more in these live streams than I do. But it's one of these things where the whole sort of computational language that we've built is something that is tremendously valuable to the world and to lots and lots of people and organizations. Many people know that, but vastly more people should know that than actually do know that. And it's something where I have to say, after sort of 30-something years of trying to explain that point, it does get a little old for somebody like me. But in any case, it's one of these things where in 50 years, everybody will say, yeah, that really was, that's amazing stuff. It's like, why didn't we pay attention to this earlier? Well, plenty of people did, but it's kind of like there's sort of this inexorability to these things. But you push, and I could spend all my time doing that, and I could spend all my time sort of on the front lines, actually interacting with customers. I do that basically not at all. It's and I'm not sure the first few rounds of sales folk I had at the company were okay. They were pretty good. I would say that one of the issues with sales teams, in my experience at least, is there's sort of two directions of selling. There's the sales team is selling out to the customer, but they're also selling management on, we're doing a great job type thing. Or, that didn't sell because the product was no good or because the pricing was wrong or something like that, rather than that didn't sell because we didn't put enough effort into selling it. So, there's this sort of multi-sided market that tends to develop with sales folk, and it's great if you can find people where you kind of have enough trust and rapport with them that doesn't happen. I mean, it's always, when you hear from salespeople, we should decrease the price. It's kind of like, yeah, whatever. When you hear from them, we should increase the price. That's often a good thing to hear, so to speak. It's like, look, people really like this. We can make more money from it. That's a good thing. But I would say that in terms of, I mean, the one thing. Okay, so in our company, we have tended to have at least sales management that is very enthusiastic about our product, knows our product, is really cares about it, has some has a real personal interest in it, rather than I know sales, I can do sales, I just turn the crank, I'm a salesperson, that's what I do. It tends to be more like I'm a person who knows how to do sales and is very serious about doing that, but also is somebody who is very much involved in and committed to our product. Now, I mean, another thing to understand about sales is that it is, in the end, a quite procedural kind of thing. That is, if you say to a sales team, we've got this new product, nobody understands what it is, go sell it. It's not going to work. That's not what a sales team does. It's, that's for some kind of business development, marketing kind of effort. It's once you've sold it once a bunch of people have got it for whatever reason, then it's like the sales team is all, at least in my experience, is all about, okay, who are the 1,000 other customers who are kind of like those customers, where the same value that it had to the first few customers, it will also have to the subsequent ones. Go and make that presentation, go and communicate that, go and close those sales. I mean, that's and at any time one has to do sort of R&D in the sales department. I just don't think that's what the typical sort of rhythm of sales is about, and it tends not to work. And for us, for example, when we have new products that are being sort of introduced, it's a challenging thing to sort of get them to the point where they have a decent amount of momentum, and then you can sort of turn them over to the sales team once it's clear what you're actually supposed to do with them. While it's like, this is the first customer, you've got to really figure out what's going on. Now often for us, for example, our solutions and consulting organizations tend to be the ones who are doing that. It's the first time something like this has ever been done, and they get that to the point where it's defined, and then after that's defined and after there's some understanding of how those customers work, then one can turn it over to kind of a sales activity. I would say though that in answer to Ed's question here, that everybody who runs a company is probably better at some things than at others. I kind of specialize in the sort of strategy, innovation, product, content, more so than I do the commercial side of the business. And perhaps the commercial side of our business would do better if I was, knew more about it, paid more attention to it, and so on. I mean, I think that it's, as I say, the only thing I would say about particularly for startups and things, it's like, you often will, the first few sales will have to be done by somebody who is more about understanding the product than about the process of selling. They've got to have the tenacity to make the sale, the tenacity to close the thing, but it's not, in my experience, the kind of wheel in, just sort of generic salesperson is not the right kind of person to have in sort of the early stages of we're just trying to invent what we're doing. Let's see. Comments about there's a question from Magic. If I were to go back in time, would I be able to like single-handedly get the world to 2020 type technology within 20 years? Absolutely not. If you go, I mean, our technological world has such a complicated, essentially, supply chain of stuff that it is not, whatever the leadership, whatever the knowledge, it is, the work of many different pieces and people and organizations and so on to build all the different layers that are needed to go from, mining the raw, whatever it is, material, into making the innovations, building the computers, laying all the fiber optic cables, all those kinds of things. It's a hugely, it's the achievement of our civilization, and it's a huge number of people that have been involved in that. And just knowing a certain amount isn't really enough. I mean, just knowing in theory how. I mean, I would say that for myself, if somebody says you're back in time, go make a laptop, it's like there isn't a chance. There's, even though I might know some decent number of the principles involved, it's like the actual process of building up the engineering practice and the facilities and so on is undoable there. I would say it's really a collective achievement. Let's see. There's a question here from William. When AIs can simulate reality indistinguishably from reality, can you just simulate people doing jobs? That's the avatar's question. It's kind of like, do you need a human telling you, as a teacher or as a, as a kind of therapist or whatever else? Do you need a person, or is it enough to have an avatar of a person? I have this feeling that it will be challenging to get people to accept the idea of avatars. I think that there's a certain psychology that we have, at least right now, maybe it will change, that the very commitment of another human, so to speak, involved in something has an effect on our sort of response to that. That is, the fact that you're flying on a plane and there's an actual person who is putting, they're in it with you, so to speak. That's important. And I think similarly, it's like there's a person who is trying to, lead in some way. It's important that they are kind of there responding to you and making a commitment to be there, so to speak. I think that's important to our psychology, and I don't think that's a thing that will go easily, so to speak. In a case, there may be some situations in which people will be happily talking to a bot, and it doesn't matter to them that there's no sort of committed human at the other end. But I think that the way our psychology is today, and I see it also going forward, it will be important that it's kind of a human at the other end, so to speak. Let's see. There's a question here from Magic asking, do I think people should specialize in education earlier instead of taking general classes, focus on one field, get to undergraduate education earlier? I think that's decreasingly the right strategy in the world as it is today. I think that one of the things that is perhaps, people have gone very much into this. There are many fields where there's a tall tower of stuff to learn, just climb that tower, ignore everything else. I think that's increasingly kind of a mistake, because I think many of the jobs, and particularly the new niches that open up, it's kind of like, well, it's a different factoring of capabilities that wasn't the particular tower that got built when you happened to be in school, or had already been built when you happened to be in school. And knowing about a bunch of these different things makes one much more able to flexibly sort of be successful in the new niche that exists. I mean, I see that. Oh gosh, I mean, I think one of the areas. I think I'm a great believer in. Okay, so when I was in the education system a long time ago in England, went to kind of good schools and so on. I did resent learning all of those extra things about history and languages and Latin and Greek and things like this. It was like, why am I doing this? I'll never need this for the rest of my life. This is all irrelevant. Well, I was wrong. Even the Latin and Greek, I routinely am using, either because I'm thinking about some technical field and, all the words are Latin derived, And like, because I happen to know Latin, it's like I can decode that biological, that bio type word because I know the Latin roots. And it's easy for me to figure out what it means. Or because I'm making up some name for something, I care about those kinds of things. I never would have predicted that when I was a kid. I also feel that some of the things, I in my education at least ended up writing, lots of essays about all kinds of things, including many things that I would say I really don't care about that topic. I didn't then, and I don't particularly care now. But the kind of the effort to write those essays and things, I learned how to be, I think, a decent writer, and that was a pretty useful thing. Even though you might think in what I do for a living, well, I do a lot of writing, so it's kind of obvious that matters. But you might have imagined, you're going to do science, technology, whatever. Knowing how to write a good English essay is not relevant, but turns out it is. So I think the big problem with a lot of today's education is that it is education, to lead out, using Latin roots, to sort of, it's like what, there's one thing to have a particular skill where you know how to do this one thing, turning this one crank to do this one particular thing. It's another skill to know how to think about things, even if you've never done that particular thing before. And I'm a little disappointed, I would say, with quite a lot of the way that education tends to be working today. People are sort of very, collimated into these very particular, yes, I can do this one thing. I know how to be a JavaScript programmer, or I know how to do this particular, this particular function here. I think that's disappointing for the people themselves. And I think it's disappointing for society, and it's certainly disappointing for employers and so on, because that's not the place where people end up being the most valuable. Now, and I would say that the other thing that tends to happen is people have optimized the education process to the point where, if you want to fit in to be, the MBA working at a company of this type, it's like there's this, veneer that you can get that will make you be a fit in those things, at least at the superficial level. And, education has been sort of optimized to put in place these kinds of, at least these kinds of sort of veneers of fitting into some existing structure that, how this kind of structure works. You can fit into an agile programming team or something because you've learned that kind of structure, you're off and running. I think that tends to create a very fragile situation where people have just this very, this veneer, and then when things change or real thought is required, it's kind of like, well, I never thought about thinking type thing. And I think one of the sad things is that I would say a lot of kids sort of go into education being perfectly well able to think about all sorts of things, but then they're told, no, in education, it's all about just, get the best test scores, be able to do this exercise as well as possible. It's all kind of this procedural thing. And I suppose that my own feeling is, and maybe I'm prejudiced from my own life because I'm not, I like thinking about things that haven't been thought about before and so on. I think that this kind of proceduralization of everything, you just learn this series of steps, to run a business, you do A, B, and C. I think that's a shame for the people doing it, and it's a brittle thing for sort of people on the outside. Now, I will say another thing about education. I'm a great believer in learning what you care about. And I would say that it's a pity if I were to kind of go back now and be exposed to the same sort of education kinds of things that I was when I was a kid. I would be much more enthusiastic about many of those things. Well, actually, I probably wouldn't, because I'd probably be saying, but I've got all these projects I want to do. And that's what happened at the time. It's like, I was, 12, 13, 14 years old or something. And it's like, I've got all these projects I want to do. They have to do with physics and things like that. Why am I learning Latin and Greek? I want to spend the minimum time doing this. And probably if you took me as I am right now, with I've got all these projects I want to do, and transported me back, I probably would be as frustrated as I was then. But still, in terms of what I would find interesting, lots of those things I would now find much more interesting. Learning different kinds of history and so on, which I have subsequently gotten interested in. But I would say that so long as you are interested in things, it's really a win to do as general education as possible. If it's a horrible grind and there's this one thing you're unbelievably interested in and you only want to do that, then maybe it's okay to concentrate on that. But if it's like, I should concentrate on this because that's going to optimize my future career prospects or whatever, I think that's a mistake. I think that's people can sometimes see, if I do this particular skills-based thing, then I will set myself up to fit into this slot. Now, I should qualify this a bit, because there are plenty of professions where you're going to learn some skill, some trade, and that's what you're going to do. And that's a great job. And, maybe that's where you'll get most of the fulfillment in your life. Maybe it will be outside of that job, but that's if there is such a thing, then that's a fine thing to do. But I would say that people who are like, I'm going to go to the fanciest elite schools and so on, I think that by the time you're doing that, and you're saying, but I'm going to specialize in this one thing that I'm going to do because it gives me the best job prospects, that's a mistake. If there's this one thing you want to specialize in because it's the thing you're unbelievably passionate about, and these great professors are there who you're going to work with, and you're going to become, you're going to accelerate in that particular area, well, fair enough. But if you're saying, but I'm going to specialize in, computer science because I want to get a job as a programmer, or I'm going to specialize in whatever, it's because I'm going to get a job in that, even though, well, I'm not really that excited about it, but it's a good place to get a job. That's a shame if you have to do that, or if you do that. And I tend to think that one is much better off having a more general education, so long as one is going to pay attention to it. I mean, one of the things that I have to say sometimes drives me crazy is I'll talk to people and they'll say, I say, do you know about this? They say, well, yes, I did a class about that, 3 years ago. And you ask them something. Oh, well, of course, I've forgotten everything about it. That class was 3 years ago. It's like, what do you mean? Things I learned 50 years ago, I can still remember pretty well. At least the things that I cared sort of at all about. There are things that I really didn't retain because I really didn't care enough about them. Even the things I didn't care that much about, I have a decent memory, so I've been able to remember a bunch of those things. But I'm always sort of horrified. Somebody said, well, I did this class and I sat through it for a whole semester or a whole year, and I don't remember anything about it. That was 3 years ago. That was kind of time you utterly wasted. I mean, it's, if you did that class just because, well, then you can get this credential to do that, and so on, that's a sort of an unfortunate situation. I mean, it's like, and what I found is people who were actually interested in the classes they were doing, they tend to retain them. Even if they did that class just sort of out of curiosity, because I've always wanted to learn something about, the history of ancient Egypt or something, even though what I'm really going to do for a living is be a chemical engineer or something. But I've always been curious about that, and then take the class and it's like, oh, that was fun. That was interesting. I'm not sure I'm ever going to be building a pyramid or something, but it was like, at least the person was interested, and quite possibly something they learned there, even if it's a meta thing, even if it's, for example, something like, learning about history and how to learn about history. And then one day when they're the chemical engineer and they're trying to understand something about the history of some chemical plant or some such other thing, it's like, well, there was this kind of meta idea about sort of how you explore history that they got from the ancient Egyptian class. And that's kind of how it comes out. And I think, I should say another thing, which is I think that kind of often classes teach things, if you do them well, so to speak, they teach things which are more meta things than sort of things for themselves. I mean, I know, for example, I remember when I was a kid, I had some Latin teacher who most of the kids really couldn't stand. Very precise person, very kind of meticulously precise person. And I sort of didn't know it at the time, but I kind of liked that. It's kind of like, it's fun to do things to perfection, so to speak. And that was a useful kind of meta discovery. Many years later, I opened up some modern Latin dictionary and found out that teacher had actually written that dictionary. So he was a person of some kind of had done quite a bit in sort of the classics area. But in any case, but the sort of meta thing of that was just doing something precisely. It's the same with things like math education, where part of what is being taught there is not so much, oh, can you really understand how this calculus thing works or whatever, but it's more just, can you do something precisely and kind of get through to if you do it precisely and you go through all the steps correctly, you'll get a right answer. And it's kind of like, if you write an English essay, there's not really a right answer. It's kind of like, you can write a good essay, a bad essay, you can have an essay nobody understands, you can have an essay, etc. But that's kind of it's a little bit different. I would say, by the way, I think that sort of writing computational language, not to some extent standard low-level programming, but to an even greater extent, kind of writing computational language is a great thing for kind of getting this mindset of kind of thinking about things precisely and being able to formulate them precisely, because the computer, independent of the teacher telling you that was a good job, by whether the computer understood what you wanted and did what you wanted, whether you've done the right thing. Let's see, maybe a couple more questions. Let's see, I guess this question that came in here was asking about getting to undergraduate education, level of education earlier. If you're ready for it, you should do it. If you're not ready for it, you shouldn't. And, there are people who can be force-fed a sort of much fancier education early. I have to say, I don't think that usually ends well. I think that people, in my own case, there are areas where I kind of got to the, college level in, physicsy areas when I was like 12 or 13 or something, through my own kind of reading books efforts. Although I'm sure there were lots of holes in what I knew at that time and maybe still today. But it was something where that was very much a me-driven thing. Nobody even knew I was doing that, let alone kind of that was a, yes, you can do it. Go take the AP plus, et cetera, class. That was just I was interested in it, I did it. I would say that when people are in that mode and they're kind of accelerating because they want to get to the other side, so to speak, they want to do it, I would say that I've seen that end well many times. In the case where it's like people say, look, you're capable of doing this, you can jump further, you can do this extra thing, I would say that often ends quite poorly. And I would say that's generally, sometimes it's okay, but I would say I don't think that's a spectacular kind of approach. Now, that isn't to say go do things you're totally bored and don't, if you're ready for that thing and that's the natural thing to do and it's not a huge stress and it's not like, oh my gosh, am I going to be able to do this and somebody's pushing me to do it and so on, then fair enough. But I don't think that the sort of accelerate for the sake of it strategy is a particularly good strategy unless you are really driven to do that, as I happened to be when I was a kid. But the idea of yes, in principle, you can sort of, there's been this whole inflation that's happened. First there were people just doing high school classes. Maybe the high school classes kind of regressed a bit and got simpler. But then there was like, oh, well, you should actually be doing, you should extend, you should be doing college classes, you should be doing, research projects, internships, all these kinds of things. And, yes, if you're motivated and you're really interested in that and you're really going to do, your own thing in those areas, but in, as a kind of for the sake of it thing, I don't think it's a win. And I've actually seen it end quite poorly with people where, they went through education tracks very young, and then they were like, oh, but I forgot to have fun, or oh, but I, whatever. I think, if you want to do it, do it. If somebody else is telling you to do it, think twice about it. Would be my my comment on that. Okay, there's a comment from Parmenides about didn't my former friend Richard Feynman, who was a physicist, studied Mayan hieroglyphs at one point. Yes, he was very much of a much of a kind of puzzle problem solving kind of person. And I sometimes, when I was working at Caltech, where he was, his longtime assistant would sometimes say to me, "You should go and talk to him. You know, he's bored. He's working on Mayan hieroglyphs again." So I think it was kind of a it was a hobby kind of project for somebody who was mostly a physicist. But I think, to me, these kind of hobby projects, whenever I get a lot out of my hobby projects. I mean, whether like these live streams that I do, this is a hobby project of mine. And, you will get me to think about all kinds of things that I don't usually think about, don't usually talk about. And that's very helpful to me in terms of understanding myself and things better. And I found that these things were long sometimes is this project worthy of me, so to speak? I've achieved a certain amount, I've got to a certain point. It's like, oh, this next project, it's too simple, or it's too, it's sort of too sort of beneath one. I've seen that being a big career mistake for many people, to always say, I've got to this point, now I have to do something that's a step up, so to speak. That's not been my point of view. I do things that I think are interesting, and even, without thinking, are they steps up or down or whatever, I try to think sometimes whether they're things where, I have something unique to contribute, but I don't really think about, is this going to be a bigger achievement than the last one or a smaller achievement than the last one? Because what I found is that I get a lot out of doing any project sort of well, and I learn things that turn out to be useful almost always for subsequent projects I do, or for subsequent, as you learn more, you kind of get to knit it together with other things and end up with more value for the other things you're doing. There's a question here from Martin. Can an old dog learn new tricks? Can a middle-aged person learn math, programming, and be successful anywhere near someone that started when they were young? I think so. I'm continually trying to learn. I'm a horribly old dog, and I'm continually trying to learn new tricks. There are things where I kind of know myself pretty well by this point, and I know these are tricks I'm just never going to like, or I'm never going to be that good at. You say to me, learn the trick of being on a committee and managing sort of the consensus conclusions of the committee. Maybe I could learn that. I know that's something I'm not very good at, and I just don't put myself in that position because I know it's not something I'm very good at. I think when it comes to, I'm continually trying to learn new fields. It helps that I've learned a lot of others previously, but I think one of the things that can happen is, and I would say about sort of career development and people, is that there's you and what you're interested in and how you develop, and there's the world and what it's interested in and how it develops. And there are these opportunities that come up in the world. Now there's blockchain, then there's now there's social media, now there's professional e-gaming or whatever. There's some all these kinds of things that are niches that didn't exist before. The world has delivered some niche that just didn't exist. And you might be 50 years old or 60 years old or whatever, and suddenly the world has delivered this niche that's a fantastic fit for you. And yeah, if it had delivered it when you were 20 years old, well, that might have been nice too, but it's still, that niche is such a good fit for you that that's going to be a huge win. And in fact, perhaps the fact that you're getting into it at age 50 something or whatever might be better. You might have more judgment in general about things. You might be more able to be consistent in working on something and so on. But the world has been convenient enough to deliver to you a thing that is now a good fit for you. I think that that's one dynamic I've seen many times, and I've been I've been fortunate enough to start a few things that were kind of, provided new kind of methodologies and opportunities in the world. And what I've often wondered is, when you provide these new opportunities, are all the people who go into it going to be young people? No, it isn't the case. There's a spectrum of ages. And because there are people where, for whatever reason, well, either this is a niche that they always wanted, they didn't imagine that such a niche existed, maybe none of us did, and suddenly the niche arises and they say, that's a great fit, I'm going to do that. Or alternatively, they have realized more about themselves. They learned, well, I was doing this job for a while and I just don't, I'm just not excited about it. And then they start doing some other kind of job and they realize, gosh, I'm really, really excited about that. And they kind of, it's like, do you wake up in the morning and are eager to go to work, or are you like, oh, well, it's Thursday today and I guess that means I'm doing this and this and this. If that changes, if you find something or you finally realized that, well, I thought I should be an X, but actually I've kind of lost interest in that, then, that's the time to try and do something different. Now, often it's complicated because people have all kinds of commitments, financial and otherwise, and it can be quite tricky to sort of make a change in later in life just because of that kind of practical lock-in. I think what one sees, what I've seen, is people who do the sort of secondary thing as a hobby for a while, to the point, and one of the things I see is people who say, oh, I really want to do this thing. Like I really want to work on, let's say, science or some such other thing, but actually I'm a lawyer for a living or something. And, and you say, well, do you have any spare time? Well, yes, I do. What do you do in that spare time? Well, I don't know. I just kind of hang out. I watch television, whatever else. It's like, look, if you're really interested in science, let's say, whatever it is, stamp collecting, whatever it is, why aren't you spending some of that sort of extra time doing that hobby? And it's like, well, I'm just not that enthusiastic about it. Okay, that's not a great sign. It's, just jump in and do it. And, cut the television, do the hobby. And then it may turn out that if that hobby is something that eventually could turn into something you do for a living, maybe over the course of, a few years, whatever, you get to the point where you understand that hobby well enough. Maybe it's something where you can kind of make a name for yourself in that or whatever else it is. And then you say, okay, now I'm making enough money writing my science fiction novels or something, I can quit my day job. But, start doing the thing you really want to do as a hobby. There are very few things that are just undoable if you're not doing them as a quotes full-time job. Of course, there are things where, you don't get, even things where you're I was going to say you don't get to sort of do, I don't know, experimental particle physics or something as a hobby, but I bet you could. I mean, I bet that if somebody, who was, oh, well, I'm a data scientist who wants to jump to experimental particle physics, I bet if you started kind of volunteering to do, data analysis for this, I bet you could find a way in, so to speak, and you'd learn what was going on in the field, and you might very well get to the point where it's like, where the people there are saying, please, can you come work with us, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's kind of the way to make that transition. But I think in this question about sort of, are there times in life when you're sort of capable of learning and others where you're not capable of learning? I don't think so. I think it's more a question of kind of tenacity and attitude than it is a question of, oh, sorry, your brain shut down. Now it's the learning period is over. Yes, there are things for our immune system and things like that where when we're sort of early teenagers or whatever, that's just a biological sort of phenomenon that we've changed how our immune system works, let's say. But I don't think that's the case for learning stuff with brains. At least that's not been my experience. And maybe it helps that I've continued to learn things throughout my life, and I haven't sort of gone from, oh, now I'm done with learning, now I can go into the non-learning phase, so to speak. But I think, at least my impression is that that's not the case. And it's also true that people who have been doing something for a while, they've got some expertise in something. And the question is, how do you apply sort of the meta expertise from that to, I mean, let's say somebody has been doing some clerical job that is very procedural, and it's kind of like papers come in, you do this, you do that, and it goes out. Well, you get a rhythm of how you do that. And then if you say, well, I want to switch to being a programmer, there are plenty of kind of things that start off pretty procedural like that, but they're about programming rather than about clerical work. And the ability to kind of say, I'm going to take this in the morning, I'm going to do crunch, 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 get it out, that stands you in very good stead as a certain kind of programmer, for example. So taking that kind of meta learning from one area and being able to apply it is, I think, a win, particularly if the other area is one that you suddenly get interested in. And I think following the interest is a good thing. Well, maybe one more, and then I should go here. Sorry, a lot of interesting questions here, and I'm not sure that I can do any of them justice quickly. Aaron is asking about innovations which will be most useful for the K-12 public education system in the US. Oh boy, that's a really complicated area, which I don't think I understand that well. I mean, one of the things to say about sort of what skill, so first of all, people learn certain skills. And by the way, the skills they've been learning haven't changed in thousands of years. The scribal schools of ancient Babylon were teaching, reading, writing, arithmetic, and things like that. And there are certain skills that are needed to sort of operate in today's in society that people learn in school. Now the question is, what else should they learn? And the one skill that is clearly an emerging skill is this whole computational thinking, writing computational language, this kind of thing. That's a skill that sort of the people who will be at the leading edge of a vast array of fields, perhaps the majority at least of fields, will be people who have some degree of familiarity with that. And it's that's something that unfortunately the education system has had a hard time kind of adapting to. There have been multiple waves of people trying to teach low-level programming, coding, etc. I think, it's sort of it's something I have to toot my own horn, because it's something I've been sort of working towards for 40 years, of building a computational language where it's sort of a bridge between what we humans can think about and what we can get computers to do. That's a way of representing what we think about computationally and being able to get computers to help us, so to speak. That's the whole sort of idea of orphan language. It's the whole idea of making kind of a quite different level of interaction with technology than we've had with traditional programming languages, which really cater much more to tell the computer to put this foot in front of that foot and do this, rather than represent the world as we think about it computationally in such a way that you can kind of come up with computational conclusions and get sort of things done computationally. I think that this kind of idea of get to the point where you can think computationally about things, which is different from do low-level programming. It's like the difference between drive the car and know how the car engine works, so to speak. And I think that that's a skill that clearly in the future, I can plainly see over the decades where, I've watched people use the technology we built and so on to become leaders in all sorts of fields. It's kind of like, that's cool. That really works. And that's something where that should be part of education. It isn't yet. It's, they're little baby steps here and there and have been for several decades now. But it isn't a thing that's there. How to get it there? Well, that's very challenging, because it's, public education in a sense was, it started in the US, late 1800s. there was a certain set of subjects and expectations, and although the details have changed, it's kind of like that's been what's gone through, that's what's there today. And to say, well, there's this whole other thing that should be part of this, it's not an easy thing to fit into that. Now, there are pieces of public education. Originally public education in different countries existed for different reasons. Participate in the democracy, be ready to be in the military. These different kinds of objectives. And sometimes there's this whole question about sort of to what extent are you sort of providing basic tools to be part of society, and to what extent are you kind of expressing the kind of the preferences of society in education, and sort of teaching kids how they should be proper sort of citizens in your view of what a proper citizen is in country X. And I think there's something of a challenge there. The US is a bit, the US with sort of different pieces of private education and so on, there's more of a patchwork of how that works. But that's definitely an issue of to what extent is education about kind of give the person individual tools, and to what extent is it about sort of, how do you fit into society as society is, with the various preferences of society and so on, and do the right thing in this situation and that situation. And I think that's a challenging piece. Another thing that can tend to happen is this idea, so for example, another thing is like, should people learn facts in education? My belief is absolutely yes. I mean, I find it super useful that I know lots of facts. It provides the framework in which I can think about things. If I didn't know facts, I would be just sort of flapping around making generalized statements about things. Maybe I'm doing that in these live streams, I don't know, but without without being grounded in any sort of factual reality. And I think that the sort of tendency to don't teach facts, don't teach sort of anything definite but just sort of teach generalized ideas, that in my opinion is a mistake. The generalized ideas come after you have this whole bunch of facts and specific knowledge and so on. Then you can come up with the generalized ideas, and the generalized ideas make sense to you. But otherwise, you're just like, I'm floating in this sea of generalized ideas, and it's not, and I can't really see how to attach them to anything, and it's hard to kind of go forward from that. I think that in terms of the idea, I remember when I was a kid reading some book about the future, they had this picture of teaching machines, and this was probably mid-1960s, I was a young kid, and it was kind of like, that's the future. The future is going to be, education is just going to be like a vaccine or something. It's almost like there's this machine, and it just sort of, teaches you, and then you've learned everything. Turns out that didn't work out so well. Turns out teaching is quite a human activity, and that's something perhaps even in this pandemic we learned even more than we knew before. Of kind of sort of, as you make it more remote and so on, it becomes more and more difficult for people to have, teaching is partly I would say a kind of an encouragement, coaching kind of activity of, get people to believe that they can do things, and get people to realize it's possible to do this or that. I mean, I think, the other thing, of course, that the big elephant in the room of public education is all of the kind of metrics and testing and, standardized tests and so on. I don't even know what's going to happen with all these colleges saying they're going away from, requiring standardized tests. So what does that mean they're actually going to look at? Are they really going to read the resumes? Are they really going to, or are they going to then turn into, well, it's actually about GPAs and classes in high school and so on? Maybe that's better, maybe that's worse, I don't really know. But it's the idea that that amazing kid who would do so well in this college, but was in this, kind of high school where they didn't get on with it very well, or it was a kind of a very poor fit, lousy high school, whatever, being able to find them and how that works. I'm not really sure how that's going to work, because actually in some ways it's easier for that kid to just like, ace the SAT even though they've been in this, high school where none of the teachers care and it's all terrible and the kids are doing terrible things and so on. But it's almost easier than to say, well, I'm going to get all these grades, these fancy grades in high school when the high school doesn't even offer, fancy classes and so on. But I do think that the thing that where again, it's like there's this particular target you're trying to hit. Oh, I want to do do well in this particular exam or whatever else. For some people that's a good motivating factor. For other people, it's like awful. And all it means is that they become kind of these the racehorse with the blinkers. I'm not sure I don't think racehorses have blinkers. I think that's for avoiding distraction for horses with carts and so on. But it's kind of like you're just running this particular track. Don't pay attention to anything else. I mean, that's kind of the thought there. And I think that's, look, another thing I would say, okay, my last comment perhaps here is that the level of busyness of typical high school students, and particularly in sort of the more fancy elite type schools and places and so on, it just amazes me. It's like my gosh, this person is busier than they probably, if they stay this busy all their lives, they're either, they either sort of brought that on themselves and it's kind of crazy, or they're really doing something they really like doing and that's great. But I think too much of the time people are busy in high school just because they're all these things they're told. You got to do all this extracurricular activities and do all these AP classes and do all of this and that and the other. And pretty soon, and I've seen plenty of examples of this, it's like the poor kid has no time to think about anything. They're always just like, oh, I've got another homework due. I've got this, sports event. I've got this music thing. I've got this to do, that to do. And they're just running from one thing to another. And yes, there are occupations where that's what you'll do for your whole life, is just run from one thing to another. And you never really have to sort of sit and think. But I think it's a shame that people in that period of part of life where, I don't know, I think it's kind of, you have one of the advantages of sort of the high school thing or even the college thing is you don't, in a sense, it's a time of life when you probably don't have, depending on your circumstances, but the chances are you don't have a huge number of responsibilities and things where, you have to do that. People are depending on this or that thing to be done. It's kind of an opportunity for one to sort of learn a bit about oneself and think about what one wants to do rather than just be infinitely busy with all kinds of things. Anyway, I think it's an unfortunate feature of, now having said that, of course there are kids where they don't have any idea what they want to do. And if you don't give them a lot of stuff to do, they'll just molder in some way. And in those cases, it's probably better for them to have lots and lots of stuff to do. But I think it's a shame when I see that among kids where they do have all sorts of, well, I really want to go and explore this and explore that, but I can't do that because I've got 75 pieces of homework to do. So anyway, that's just my 2 cents worth on that. I think that all right, I better go here. I think I'm late to something else. Well, very nice to be able to chat with you guys. And it's a pity these are so one-sided. And I always enjoy sort of talking to people. And I think I may have learnt, I may have, learnt the monologue too well. I don't know, maybe when the world opens up even more and I'm out and about, I will be incapable of any conversation that isn't a monologue. I don't know, but anyway, it's interesting to see your questions and comments, and should wrap up here. I remind people in terms of my live streaming hobby activities. On Fridays, I do a science and technology Q&A for kids and others, and on other days there are a variety of live streams that are mostly related to either science or my day job of software design and so on. And I bet, I haven't looked at my calendar, but I would suspect there's one of those coming up tomorrow. So anyway, thanks. Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to another episode of Q&A about business, innovation, and managing life. And I see all kinds of questions that have come in here. All sorts of interesting things. Let me see how I can get along with this. Right, we have a question here from David asking, have we ever done any research and or deals connected with household personal robots? Mentioning one called Astro, which I have to admit I've never heard of. Well, we've obviously done things with personal assistants and things like Alexa and so on. And we've also, well, okay, let's talk a little bit about home automation and home robots. You know, I have to say that home automation is one of these industries where it almost happened so long ago, and everybody said it's going to be the next big thing, and it wasn't, and then it really wasn't. It wasn't for decades. I think one of the issues with home automation is that it's one of these things where distribution channels really matter, and many kinds of sort of home automation require that you have a serious installation effort to actually install the whatever it is, you know, the new door lock mechanism or the new whatever it is. That's something where that's a big sort of speed bump on any kind of distribution channel, that you have to kind of have the installers in the loop. And so maybe that's a reason why a lot of these things didn't happen. I think that when it comes to sort of the robots, clearly iRobot and the Roomba and so on, that's been a very successful business. That is a place where real robots have showed up. Same with, for some reason, you know, one had these visions when I was a kid. There were always these visions of robots walking around like people and so on. And then the actual robots that actually arise are these very floor-dwelling creatures. Whether it's the Roombas, or whether it's the Kiva, you know, robots that Amazon now owns, that are these factory robots that move things around and go around on the floor, or whether it's now some of these delivery robots that are like low to the ground dog-like things. I'm not sure what the. You're asking about. I mean, there are definitely a bunch of toy-like robot things that have Wolfram Alpha APIs in them, where you can ask your pet dinosaur questions about astronomy and things like this. The whole question about whether you can set something up to, what the right sort of plugging into kind of a home robot thing is not clear. So for example, one thing that's definitely a thing you can imagine is you've got your home robot wandering around your house, interacting with your pets or whatever all day. And then you come back and you want to ask it, or you're even remotely, you want to ask it all kinds of questions. You know, did you see the dog, jump on this chair at any time today? And, you could imagine using, for example, our natural language understanding stack together with sort of the background knowledge, not just from our sort of public knowledge, but also from the knowledge accumulated by the home robot in the course of its day, to be able to answer interesting questions. And yes, we have had discussions with companies about the possibility of doing something like that. I don't think, there may be startups that have tried to do that. I don't think any of the sort of big companies we've done that with at this point, but it's something one could certainly imagine being possible. And it's something where you can imagine pretty interesting kind of, whether it's sort of voice to voice type results, or whether it's visualization type things of this is what, this is the analytics, this is what we found. We have all kinds of things in Wolfram language for doing things like audio identify. What was that sound? Was it a barking dog? Was it a, I don't know what other kinds of things happen, that type of thing. But it's a funny market. I don't really understand this market. It's something that even from the late 80s, early 90s was kind of home automation is the thing. Everything's going to, it's all going to be exciting. I remember sometime in the late 90s, we were building this house, and it was sort of the question of what kind of home automation could we get. My friend Steve Kirsch had made a wonderful video about home automation at the house that he built that showed all the terrible things that could go wrong with kind of not home automation that didn't quite work right, of things that were motion sensors that sensed motion that was already something that was already moving, and it just all very confused and so on. I think the one thing we did when we built this house is to put empty conduit in the walls, on the grounds that at the time people were always saying, oh, you should future-proof your house by running, Cat5 cable and Cat6 cable. And oh, well, they hadn't yet quite heard of fiber at that time. The one innovation is just have empty conduit in the walls. So whatever you need to pull through it at some time in the future, you can. Although a lot of stuff is wireless, but not everything is wireless. And certainly my faster computers don't use wireless communication and so on. So it's a funny market, this home automation market. And I don't know, it's one of these things where maybe eventually it will take off in a way that can plug into kind of general purpose computational things, but I don't think that's really happened yet. I mean, another thing is both I've got, and I'm sure lots of people have, using Raspberry Pis, for example, as little things that control little pieces of one's sort of home infrastructure, so to speak. And Wolfram language is bundled with Raspberry Pi's operating system. And so that's a thing that becomes easy to use there. We have pretty good support for the various kinds of sensors and devices and actuators and things you can connect to Raspberry Pis. Well, let's see. Another question here from Urbance. Question about personal logging data. Have I identified any low-hanging fruit that could be broadly useful for managing life? Have I done machine learning on the data that I have? There are lots of kinds of things that I find in terms of personal analytics data. There are a few things that I find useful all the time. So for example, I get email every day that tells me, how many steps did I walk? How many keystrokes did I type? Those kinds of things. What was my heart rate the last day? Those types of things. And for some reason, I find it a very useful piece of feedback to just sort of help keep myself on track. That, I had a productive day. I typed 60,000 keystrokes. My resting heart rate is down, and it's all good, versus, well, I had a lousy day and I typed only 10,000 keystrokes, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's useful for me to have that piece of feedback. I also have information about, I have lots of other things that kind of help me kind of sort of see what's happened in my life over the past day, and I find those a useful way to sort of keep on track. Other things that I found useful, for example, when I get external email, I have something which searches for that sender in previous emails that I've received and so on. That's also something very useful in helping me kind of remember what's happened in the past and so on. And I have a thing for searching. I have a pretty good search system for the last 30 years of material and so on all the various files and paper documents that I have. So that's a thing that's been very useful. In terms of sort of doing machine learning and trying to learn things, global things about myself, it's about time that I did another analysis of that. When I last did it, it's probably 10 years ago now, I discovered how habitual I was in very precise times. I think of myself as being sort of, I just do the things that I want to do at any given time. But when I actually look at it, it's like I work for some period of 90 minutes and then I get up and I pace around, and it's always that amount of time, or I go to sleep at a very fixed time, even though I think I'm just keeping on going until until I'm tired type thing. And it's more habitual than I ever expected. Now, occasionally I'll have a question that I want to answer where I can just dive into the data that I've collected and try and answer the question. Whether it's, I replaced my keyboard, am I typing faster or slower on it? Or whether it's one that I really need to finish doing this study, actually. I was trying to figure out what makes me get sick. And I found from 25 years of data, I found 17 times when I got sick. I think the actual number is a little bit larger than that. I think it's maybe 3 or 4 times larger than that. And then I have all my calendar data, and I have all my ambient heart rate data, at least for recent years, and my steps data and so on. And I was just trying to correlate all those things to try and answer the question, what sort of as the world opens back up again, it's like, where should I really be very concerned about whether I'm going to get sick? And one of my early conclusions was plane flights are definitely bad. And I was like getting sick 2 days after plane flights rather often. And so I just went on a trip recently, and I was like, take those things that stimulate your immune system, vitamin A and things like that. And I don't know, I didn't get sick from that my N of 1 was I didn't get sick from that last trip, but it wasn't a very long plane flight. So those are kinds of things that I'm interested in there. There are all sorts of studies. Again, what I tend to do is there are things which are kind of repeated, kind of reminding myself of what's going on in my life, which I find quite useful, quite helpful. For another thing that I have is a display that shows a time series of pending email that I have, and that I find useful. I find it satisfying when I see the curve really go down. I see kind of it gives me some sense of how I'm managing things, to see how terrible the curve has gone up and how long it's been going up and so on. I find those kinds of things useful for kind of continual, sort of the continual control system, so to speak, helping me keep on track. And I think that and then the other thing I find useful is when I have a specific question, then being able to dive into the data that I have and see what I can get. In terms of machine learning, I have tried a bunch of machine learning things on my data. I would say that they have not been, I'm trying to remember whether any have been dramatically successful. I did one looking at sentiment analysis in the course of the year to try and find out if there was sort of seasonal or other variation of my general mood, and I found absolutely nothing. Possibly just because I'm not particularly, don't go up and down too much, but possibly because the sentiment analysis wasn't really a good measure, possibly because it's not well reflected in my email and things like this. But that was one example. I mean, there were a few other kind of things, whimsical things. One of the things I've been meaning to do is find out if I look at words in the English dictionary and I look at when did I first use particular words. I'm just curious about that. I know I did a study at one point of when I've invented words. When was the actual moment when I first used those words, and similarly for orphan language function names. I also had a thing for, I do this still, at various times people have said, particularly I think my oldest son was probably the originator of this particular one when do you ever run into a word you don't know how to spell? And I said, well, I'm a reasonable speller, but I do run into words I don't know how to spell. So I started sending email, I think to every time there's a word that I don't know how to spell, I'll send an email about that. I think the recipients have gotten rather fed up with receiving those, although they don't happen very often. But for me, that's actually a useful mechanism because, it's at least I have to type the word out. I insist I type the word out. I don't just copy paste it, and that way it gives me a better chance to actually remember how to spell it. I think the other thing that sort of amuses me is that it's these weird words that you just see the word without any context. There's a little bit of curiosity on the part of the recipient about why on earth was I using this word. But in any case, that's just a fun kind of thing. Let's see. Okay, more questions here. By the way, on the subject of machine learning and personal analytics data, there are clearly many things that can be done in general. I mean, there are many things that are useful for example, mental health purposes. I haven't particularly been interested in those for myself, but there are things that a lot of stuff you can tell about that from sort of global machine learning kinds of measurements on this kind of data. There's also, I suspect, things you can tell, well, there's medical kinds of things you can tell. There are some kind of productivity things you can tell. I mean, I don't think it's really a machine learning question, but I do know that the increase and decrease of amounts of emails sent to different people reflect kind of my sort of changing relationships or changing reliance on those people and so on. And that's something that is interesting, although I have to say I've looked at that only sort of rather episodically. Okay, a question here from Erin. When did I realize that I could do science for a living? Did I ever expect that I'd do something else? Well, personally, I kind of got interested in physics when I was like 11 or 12 years old. And I kind of had this goal, I want to be a physicist when I'm grown up. That was back in 1972 or something, when being a physicist was still cool, so to speak. But that had been my goal. And the interesting thing that happened was by 1979, by the time I was like 20, I was a physicist. You know, I had a PhD, I had a job being a physicist. And in a sense, that was great because it's like I'd had this goal. That was my, you know, when I'm grown up, I want to be a physicist. And I got to that goal pretty early. And that meant that I kind of could see, okay, well, I could just do this for the rest of my life, or, well, I'm interested in this other thing and this other thing and this other thing. But so I was never really under any, I always, you know, I knew you could be a physicist for a living, and I decided that was what I wanted to do. And at least at step one, that was what I ended up being able to do. I haven't been a quote scientist for a living in 34 years now. You know, I've been a tech CEO for a living, and I haven't. The fact that I've now been doing a lot of physics again is fun and interesting, but it's not what I've been doing for a living, so to speak. It kind of gives me a considerable amount of freedom in the types of things I can do in science that I don't do it for a living. I'm not part of the kind of the academic system. I have many friends who are academics. We have many academics who are great customers of ours, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm not in that particular world. And it's not like, how many papers did you publish this year? Nobody's really asking that question. You know, did you get this? Did you write this proposal for this grant? That's not something that I'm in the middle of doing. So it gives me the opportunity to do, for example, science that, you know, if I were to write a proposal for, I'm going to find the fundamental theory of physics, I could spend my whole life waiting for somebody to say, oh yeah, I really believe you, I'm going to fund that, but I haven't needed to do that. And that's a really good thing in terms of being able to do innovative things in science, is being able to have that kind of freedom to just take the risks one wants to take, so to speak, without asking other people for permission to do it. And I think it's one of these things that has become a surprising feature of the world. I think I mentioned this in some other live streams. Sort of the very size of science that you might think was a big advantage is actually a disadvantage, because it means it's full of kind of institutional structure that tends to have considerable inertia when it comes to doing new things. And it's great to be not part of that system and able to just do the science that I want to do, and so on. Question from Philip. Are people the world over losing confidence in fiat money and governments in general? You know, I have to say, before this pandemic, I was thinking, people are, you know, governments are old news. Nobody pays attention to governments anymore. And then this pandemic happened, and suddenly it was like, the government is telling us to do this, the government is having to take this action, and so on. I think for government folk, you know, in a sense, this pandemic, and I think perhaps it's been overplayed in some ways, has been the great, you know, governments matter type story. As I said, I think it's been a bit overplayed in quite a number of cases, but that seems to be a feature there. I think that the question of it's sort of been a funny thing. You know, to what extent is the world sort of this whole multinational thing where countries and governments don't matter anymore? To what extent is it really something where they do matter? I think these are complicated issues. I tend to think that the idea that we have sort of the one world, kind of everything is global, is a very fragile and dangerous situation to be in, because whenever there's just one of something, it's you're kind of asking for trouble. And I think it's sort of a good thing that there are 200 countries in the world with somewhat different preferences, and in the US, 50 states or whatever that do slightly different things. To me, that's sort of a good feature. I mean, I suppose that I would, if you say, well, if we pick the one thing that everybody's going to do, what's that one thing going to be? Well, maybe we can't all agree on it. Maybe we don't know what that one thing should be. I tend to think, both for reasons of common sense and reasons of science, that the pick the one right answer is for these kinds of societal things is something that is sort of doomed to failure. It's never going to work. It's a self-fulfilling thing. Once you have the one thing, then sort of society will adapt and game around that, and that one thing will no longer work. And so I think we're kind of lucky to have a situation where there isn't just the one thing, so to speak. I think as far as currencies and so on are concerned, well, I see the present time with all of the stimuli that have been used to sort of control the economy through this pandemic. This is, as far as I'm concerned, the 100-year test of economic theory. I mean, at times in the past, whether it's the 1920s, 1930s, things like that, or times in the more distant past, things went horribly wrong with economies. And people say, oh, but that won't happen again because we understand economics better now. Well, this is the test. And so far, it's not going horribly. There hasn't been, dramatic, horrifying inflation. There haven't been other kinds of disasters. Let's hope there aren't. As I say, I think it's a sort of the 100-year test of economic theory, and the sort of the test of whether the levers that exist in central banks and things like this and in policies and so on are sufficient to kind of keep the economy roughly humming along. And I've studied quite a bit the sort of the science of economics. I haven't been doing that in the last couple of months. I sort of got sidetracked onto other things. But I think that some of the kind of formalism that we developed from our physics project has a bunch of things to say about economics. And I think that that's a place that slightly informs my thinking about these kinds of things. I mean, I think one of the big questions is the concept of money to begin with is something which is, money is useful because it's this uniform standard of value that allows you to sort of to say this good versus that good, how much is it worth? Of course, in a world where everything is run by AI bots all the way down, you could imagine that the person who wants to buy an apple from somebody who's who wants to buy an apple, sell an orange type thing, that in principle, there could be some chain of bots that would find some way, go from an apple to a pear, to a banana, to a this, to a that, to the other, and eventually you get to the orange. And you could have this chain of transactions where everything is kind of a barter transaction, or everything is potentially a kind of an option to a barter transaction or whatever else. Some very complicated thing where you never really have to talk about money in the middle of that. Money is essentially a convenient way. It's a sort of convenient scheme for, in a sense, caching the concept of value. And it's something which has been super useful in the history of human civilization. It's not completely obvious that in the sort of computational AI-ish world of the future, it's completely the same kind of thing as it has been in the past. And that might play itself out in the more near term as things sort of fragment and different things have inflation and don't, and things cost different amounts and people want to do different kinds of things. I'm not sure how that's going to work out. And I think that the question of sort of cryptocurrencies versus fiat currency and so on, and how that plays out, the big issue is, are people really going to start using cryptocurrency as the standard of value for buying barrels of oil and things like that? And to some extent they are. And I think that's, the big questions, not to sort of segue into too much because it's not really my area, of kind of the geopolitics of things, of, what becomes the reserve currency of the world, particularly if it isn't solidly dollars, and does that become some kind of cryptocurrency? That's obviously a very important question. And and that will, I think, determine the relative importance of these kinds of things. Let's see, there's a question here from Finn. What do I do to keep up my energy? What kind of supplements, omega-3s, all these kinds of things do I take? I'm not very serious about those kinds of things. A good friend of mine who's a medical researcher told me, that must have been 40 years ago now, she said, you should take CoQ10 and you should take fish oil and you take this. And I just put that in my little pack of things I take every morning, and I haven't really paid attention to what it is. I wouldn't be able to tell you how much of it is or anything. I've just been doing it for decades. And hopefully it's been doing me some good. It's certainly become over the period since my friend first suggested it, and now these things have become much more popular. I think that I tend to not eat things that I'm not obsessive in any way about that, but I tend to have sort of chosen to eat things that aren't horribly full of nasty things that make me feel terrible, so to speak. I think the thing for me, in terms of I do tend to try to sleep I head for 8 hours, although I never get that. I tend to, it's perhaps a sign of the habitualness of my life, or alternatively the obnoxiousness of being a CEO or something, that I essentially never use an alarm clock. And I always seem to wake up at more or less the right time, but it also means that that doesn't have, I don't know whether that helps or whatever. I also tend to have this sort of thing, that count up timer that says how long I've been asleep. I find that rather useful. Sleeping I find to be a good thing. And I think as I've gotten older, I found it easier to, every few weeks, I'll take a nap for some amount of time, some time in the middle of a day. And it's usually a very short nap, but I find that that's very useful for increasing energy. If I'm tired enough to actually successfully take a nap, I needed the nap. And then that increases my energy a lot. I think the thing that is most important for maintaining energy is doing things that you want to do. And I've found that that's the number one thing for me, is that I try and make sure that the things I'm doing are things that I want to do. I would say that if I have a thing that I can be a bit of a procrastinator sometimes, but I think I'm sometimes a rational procrastinator in the following sense, that there are things where it's like, well, you should prepare for this talk you're giving, or well, you should prepare for this thing you're doing, or whatever. And I'll tend to put that off until kind of the last minute. And I found that actually that's a pretty good strategy, because so long as I have a reasonable idea how long it's going to take me, this is going to take me half an hour, it's going to take me an hour, whatever else. And I seem to have developed a reasonable sense of that for most kinds of things. It's much better if I'm like preparing to do something, if I prepare a small amount of time beforehand, because then I remember what I prepared. I'm kind of in the same mood as when I was preparing. I kind of, it's something which I can do when ready, so to speak. And if I do it, some of the sort of worst presentations I've ever given are things where I prepared it, a week in advance. And I'm like, by the time I'm actually doing it, I've forgotten completely what I prepared. And I sort of see the audience, if it's one of those kinds of things, it's like, oh my gosh, this is not the thing I prepared. Well, I'm going to follow through and do that, even though I can tell it's completely the wrong thing, because after all, I spent all this time preparing it. I think also this applies sometimes in products and so on. One of the things is, it's kind of like, when do you make the marketing material? When do you make the thing that describes the product? One thing I've tended to like to do is, when a product is first being proposed, it's like, well, let's write the sort of proto marketing page that describes this product and says what the point of it is. That's pretty useful. But then when it's a question of, well, let's explain what's important about this product, and after it gets developed, it takes 6 months, a year, whatever it takes, and then you're finally getting ready to have it finished, to me, it's much better to really scramble at the end. Once you really know what the product is, and once you can really see it and it's all working and it's all nice and smooth and polished and so on, you look at it and say, well, this is the part that I really want to emphasize. This is the part that's important. It tends to be that the procrastination of that is a good thing. And if you're like, oh, we got to spend all this time on marketing in the middle of the development and so on, it's like a lot of that ends up getting wasted, because in the end, when you've really got the thing developed, you realize this is the killer feature. And this thing that you thought was going to be the killer feature before, when you really see it properly developed, it's like, well, it's okay, but there's this path that you can go through, this use case that's really wonderful, and that's the thing you should do. So I tend to be, that's the thing. Now, when it comes to, I do a lot of stuff that is quite hard for me. I think it would be quite hard for anybody. And and sometimes there's a question of, well, how do I actually sit down one day and start doing something hard? Like right now, I'm working on a basic science project about metamathematics that is quite hard. I'm basically in the process of trying to sort of, well, not quite overturn, but to turn in a different direction about 100 years of work that's been done in this area. And it's difficult. And it requires kind of a lot of kind of mental state to be able to get to the point where I've got all the right things in mind, to be able to make progress and write things and so on about it. And sometimes I find that a good way of sort of getting myself to the point where I'm ready to do this is, oh, I'll get some meetings set up with the people who are helping me with it, and that will kind of force me to be at this particular time at 9 p.m. or whatever. Then I will be ready to actually think about this because I have this meeting set up at that time. Or alternatively, I have to be somehow, I don't know what it is, but I have to sort of get myself ready. I have to know a couple of hours in advance. Oh, I'm going to, at this time, I'm really going to jump into doing this project. And if I kind of have a couple of hours warning, I'm kind of, I don't know, somehow unconsciously or something, I'm getting myself ready to do that. If it's like, one thing is like when I have meetings, which I do a lot of the time, I really don't like it when a meeting that I thought was just a kind of strategy discussion meeting ends up being a meeting where I'm actually writing content about something. I really don't like that kind of gear change. If I know it's going to be a writing meeting, fine, I sort of mentally get ready for it, and then that's what I do. And it's sort of, it requires a slightly different preparation. But that's a kind of thing that, well, the question was about energy. Okay, we'll mention one other thing, which is I do something I didn't do when I was younger, but I do sort of take a certain amount of exercise. And I think in the last 2 years, I have been at above 10,000 steps every single day. I think I have a 2-year streak of being above 10,000 steps. And when I can, which is much of the time, I'll walk outside because I find that that's pleasanter. Otherwise, I'll walk on a treadmill where I have a computer connected and so on. I always like to do, there are many meetings that I can do where I'm just looking at things on a screen, and I can do that when I'm walking outside. There are other things where I might have to type and so on, and those, if I'm doing them when I'm walking, I got to be with the sort of more controlled environment. I do have an elaborate setup for a thing that looks like one of those popcorn selling gadgets where you can sort of like wear a computer and type on it. I use that when I absolutely have to, but I've tended not to use that so much. Let's see. There's a question here from ARC. What's the difference between planning for the future and envisioning a future? That's an interesting question. I mean, I think that I try quite a bit to sort of imagine how things are going to develop in the future. And some of those things are things where I imagine how it will develop, some piece of geopolitics or whatever else, and I have no control over that, and I'm just, okay, that's what's going to happen. I can, and I sort of hope, oh, it's not going to affect me, so that's interesting that I can predict that's what's going to happen, but it doesn't really affect me, so I'm just a bystander, so to speak. And there are other things where I'm like, I can see this is what's potentially going to happen. Now let me plan around that and do that. the other thing that tends to be the case, so there's one thing which is like thinking what's going to happen in the future. The other is, where am I right now? What's happened to the projects and products and so on that I'm building? And where can I see that I can walk from where I am right now into the future? And that's a place where it's more sort of driven by the capabilities that one has, I think, in some cases, than by kind of the vision of what's possible in the future. I mean, I would say that a lot of things I'm always like thinking about, well, you know, a lot of products that I'm involved in building are products that I also use. In fact, most things that I've been involved in building are things that I also use. And so as I use things, it's like I you know, very much keep in mind, what do I really want here? How could this be better? And that helps drive kind of the planning for what could happen in the future. Now, I will say that, you know, I make lists of things I plan to do and so on. And I think a few years ago, we finally finished, in terms of product features, we finally finished my 1991 to-do list of product features. And that was something where it's very pragmatically, you know, these are things that I can see based on where we are now, and I could see these were things that would be useful going into the future. I also have lists of projects that I keep where some of those projects are things that I'm really interested in it, and I'm gradually accumulating information about it, but I'm not really ready to do it yet. So for example, one project that I've been interested in now for, I don't know, 35 years is molecular computing. How do you compute with molecules? And for a long time, I kind of would talk to people about it. I would collect material about it. I would think about it a little bit, but I kept on thinking it's not time yet. Things are not automated to the point where, you know, if I were going to do this, I would have to be setting up a whole chemistry lab, and I would have to be doing all kinds of things. And there's a lot of overhead. There's probably a decade's worth of overhead to doing it. And it's not something that's particularly relevant to my skills. What's happened now is, both as a spin-off from our physics project and as a result of a particular company called Emerald Cloud Lab that's been building an automated chemistry and biology lab that you can operate through Wolfram language, actually, that has made it to the point where it actually is realistic for me to do something in molecular computing. And hopefully in the next few months, I will start really working on that. But that's been something that I've been sort of imagining, envisioning in some sense for probably 35 years, and knowing that it wasn't quite the right time to start doing it, and now it perhaps is the right time. Finn says, I work 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. in programming and math. I feel it's fine, but people say I work too much and should give myself a break. Should I listen? They ask. When does my working day end? You know, people might call me a sort of workaholic. I probably worked without sort of vacationing or something for probably 40 years. And I work, you know, 7 days a week, and I work from, you know, I'm not an early riser, so I probably, my first work is probably around 11 a.m. and I keep working with a break at dinner time. I keep working until usually 2 a.m. or a bit between 2 and 3 a.m. So I guess I work hard in that sense. It doesn't feel like I'm working hard. It just feels like I'm doing stuff and getting things done. And I like that very much. Now, there's a question of when are you sort of, I mean, there are times when I think perhaps more in the past, I've learned how to avoid this, where I feel like I'm just working, grinding on something, and it has neither kind of joy nor life to it, so to speak. So let's say I'm writing something. If I'm writing something that's a very rote piece of writing, that I know it's going to be terrible to read, it's boring to write, it's boring to read, it's a bad thing. That's kind of an overworking kind of thing. And that's a place where it's like, well, take a break, do something different. Now, I suppose in my life, I'm perhaps fortunate in some ways, although I sometimes get a bit frustrated by it, that, you know, I do sort of play CEO, so to speak, much of the time. And so that means I have sort of structured meetings where I'm like trying to figure things out, and sometimes a lot of the time trying to do product design, but also quite a lot of the time trying to do strategy and management of various kinds and so on. And I think the fact that I have those those sort of fairly structured, fairly, I wouldn't say routine, but fairly have things with a fairly definite known rhythm helps me probably be more creative on the things that are sort of more free form that I tend to do at different times. And my typical rhythm has been that I will do sort of structured meetings most of the day, and then I'll work on more creative, more solo projects in the evenings. Like right now, just for I happen to be working on this mathematics project, and two people I'm working with, one's in California, one's in Moscow, and the good time for a meeting is midnight Eastern time. So I've been doing the sort of midnight meeting pretty much every day for the last little while, and that's that's kind of a different piece of the rhythm that won't last much longer because that's just specific to this particular project. But that's the type of thing. But I think that having this kind of these things that I do that are not just sit down with a blank notebook and start figuring stuff out, the fact that there are more structured things that I do for part of the day is probably helpful. I mean, I also find that, and I should have better measurements of this, that, I can sit and work on something for a certain period of time, and then I kind of have to get up and kind of walk around and kind of sort of let my brain reset in some way. I've been doing a piece of personal eccentricity, I suppose. I've been recording what I call video work logs. So even when I'm just working by myself, I'll screen record what I'm doing. And I think we've been even uploading these videos. I don't guarantee that they're not just unutterably boring, because they're just me sitting and writing things, figuring stuff out, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I've actually found that recording those things, even if I don't seriously think anybody's ever going to watch them, are a nice way to get me to just focus a bit more than I might otherwise focus. But I find that after, I don't know, it's probably about an hour and a half, 2 hours, something like that, I kind of need to, if I've been focused on something very much, I kind of need to get up and wander around for a few minutes. Just somehow, I don't know, I think I need some kind of reset, or I get just drilling too much into the same thing. I mean, also for me, I tend to, when I'm working on things, I'll always have more email that's coming in, more email about more kinds of things. And I'll kind of, every so often, I'll sort of take a break and process some of that and then go back to the main thing that I was doing. The trick is not to do something that is, particularly when some of these projects that I'm doing, particularly more intellectual, scientific, technologically complicated projects, I really have to maintain quite a lot of state. And if I go off and start doing something different in the middle of that, I lose state, and I can't really, it's much more difficult. I find it very painful to go back to something. If I've developed, I'm really in the right state to do something. I remember everything that's going on, and then I have to derail and do something different and then come back. I find that very difficult. I mean, for me personally, I have about probably a 2 or 3 day sort of memory window when most of the state that I've developed for something is still there. If I have to derail for more time than that, I have to kind of climb back up the hill and get back that state again. I personally find that very frustrating, and it makes me much less willing to go and start doing the thing again. And I end up sort of procrastinating it as a result. So it's much better for me just to find a way to just continue it, or maybe even just continue it for a small amount of time per day, just so that I keep the kind of the state maintained to keep going. Let's see. There's a question. There's so many questions here. I'm gonna jump a little bit to the end here and answer some that have come in a bit more recently. The question from Pi3: do I listen to music while working? The answer to that is no. I think maybe it's the sign of being ancient or something, that I like to be in a kind of an environment where I can really just concentrate on one thing. And I find occasionally I will listen to music when I'm doing something that I find really frustrating. Like if I'm processing, I don't know, if I'm sorting some big list of names into thises and that's, or if I'm doing something where I'm just grinding through a bunch of files looking for this or that thing, or something like that, or if I'm grinding through email that I find fairly monotonous to deal with, I occasionally listen to music. It has to be music without vocals, and I've been steadily trying to find all kinds of different styles of music that are upbeat but don't have vocals in them. Because any vocal, I'm like listening to it, and I'm starting to type the words or something as I write my piece of email, and that would be pretty disastrous. But for me, I tend to I really want to focus on one thing, and I don't find music useful for that. The only use I've really had for it in terms of working is when I'm doing something I find monotonous. It kind of just sort of, keeps me cheerful while doing it, and maybe speeds me up a little bit by listening to some kind of rousing non-vocal music, so to speak, while doing it. But I think I'm not a real consumer of that. I know when I was much younger, a very long time ago, I would even when I was mid to late teenager, I would even watch television while I was sort of in the corner while I was working. But I haven't done that in a very, very, very long time. I was mostly, that was when I was in England, and I was watching American television shows and learning American culture as one could or couldn't from watching American television shows. I have to say, a little personal footnote. When I was in school in England, one had to write some sort of essay for some standardized English literature exam type thing, and so somehow I ended up writing this essay about themes in American popular television, which was a convenient thing to do, given that I was kind of watching it a bunch of time as it was. And my big sort of break in terms of understanding that there were sort of themes in American television was there used to be a police TV show called Kojak. I'm sure it's not been on for a very, very long time, but it was a kind of I wouldn't claim it was a very upscale show, but there was one time when at the very end of the show, the main character turns to the camera and says, when there's some terrible thing that's happening in the background, says, "The mass of men lead lives of quiet desperation." And that was kind of a clue for me. That definitely wasn't an in-character thing to say. So I realized that must be a quote from somebody. And of course, I looked it up and found out what it was. And I discovered that every single show ended with one of these, quotes from a famous American thinker type thing. And that was kind of a big break for my little effort in that regard. Anyway, silly footnote. I also wrote in that essay about the themes of Star Trek, but that's a different story. And the frontier spirit and so on in Star Trek. Okay, let's see. Question from Frost. Do you advise young professionals to, quotes, play the game, as in follow rules, meet requirements, concede to superiors, be political in academia or the commercial sector? Do you respect people who follow this approach? The thing is, it depends on your personality, what you should do. I mean, there are people where they can be very productive, very satisfied, very effective in sort of doing things according to the game. And there are other people where they've got their vision of what to do, they have the tenacity to just go execute it, and that's what they should do. It's just like there are people I know who will, win every prize, get every possible job, do all these kinds of things. And they can be effective doing that. But somebody else, these are sort of independent factors, I think, to whether you are able to be personally fulfilled and whether you're able to be effective at what you're doing. And I think it's quite personality dependent. I mean, for me personally, I'm much more interested I want to figure out what I want to do, then I want to try and do it, even if it's a big, it's a kind of a difficult thing and people are always trying to derail it and there's lots of problems and so on. I'd prefer to take action and be solving those problems. That's much more relaxing for me than to be in a situation where, well, mostly other people are taking care of me, but I'm being pushed in this direction, I'm being pushed in that direction. I find that rather unpleasant. And I find it much more pleasant to just deal with all the work it takes to just do it your own way. But not everybody is like that. And I think it's very, very personality dependent. I think that there are people where there's a question of can one change the way one does it? Can one be follow the rules, do it the way one's supposed to do it, and then suddenly jump out and do it differently? Maybe. I mean, I know for myself, I happen to go through these sort of quotes, follow the rules a bit, at least in academia in my early 20s, for example. But it was pretty clear in retrospect that many of the things I was doing, well, I could get away with doing those things in academia, but they were not standard academic practices, so to speak. They were more things that were more entrepreneurial, more let me just do my own thing, let me figure out how to work in the things I want to work on, work with the people I want to work with, and so on. And they were not things which were a good fit for academia, but it was sort of close enough that I could make it work. I'm not sure how well that would have continued. And I think for people, if it's a question of, okay, you're in some large organization and the way ahead is mostly politicking with your superiors type thing, is that something which, can you kind of do that sort of on the side without that becoming the story of your life, so to speak, and still do the thing you really want to do? Or does that become the thing that dominates what you have to do? Now, it might be that you like that. I mean, for example, somebody I know very well who loves bureaucracy, and who has learned over the years how to kind of manage. He says bureaucracy is what adds viscosity to situations. If you things might go too fast if it wasn't for bureaucracy, and in some cases that will be a bad thing. So you layer in a certain amount of bureaucracy. Now, for me, dealing with bureaucracy is just incredibly painful. For this person, it's like something he understands very well, and he knows kind of how to manage both his own personal expectations and kind of how to manage the system to get through that. So I think it's very very dependent on person what the right thing to do is. And in terms of I guess for me, the question was, do I respect people who sort of play the game and follow that approach? I think I respect people who do the things that work for them and don't end up always being in a situation where they're doing things that don't work for them, and where they're always like having an excuse for why things didn't work out because they were forced to do this or that thing that wasn't what they should have been doing. It's like, find a niche where you can do the things that are right for you. And it is sometimes difficult to find that niche, and sometimes it's a complicated puzzle to figure out where in the world are the things, the skills and kind of predilections that one has sort of well able to be fitted in. But I think that's the thing where I tend to respect people, where they've been very successful at finding how they fit in, and seeing, even if it's an activity that I'm like, really, that's what you're doing? Like, that seems like a surprise to me. And I think about it and I realize, but that's just a great fit for this person and what they who they are and what they're interested in and what they're good at. I was mentioning something about how these things change over time. I think people people have a certain pattern, and there's certain things that I think pretty much remain the same throughout one's life. I mean, there are things I'm shocked when I look at things. Somebody just sent me back a letter that I sent when I was 12 years old, and I'm shocked at how similar some of it is to things that I would like today. I mean, I'm amused by the fact that it's full of Britishisms that are bizarre and almost incomprehensible to the modern American kind of reader, but it's still kind of striking how, over a 50-year span or something, there's so much that doesn't change. And I think that the thing is, usually we're given a certain set of characteristics, and it's like, how do you fit those into the world, rather than how do I dramatically change those characteristics? Now, often you can sort of refactor how those characteristics are used, and sometimes you have to understand what is the core characteristic. I mean, for example, for myself, I've worked on a lot of different projects, and in the end, I've understood that there's a particular pattern of how I work on things, which is I'll take some fairly complicated area, I'll kind of drill down to figure out what is the essence, what are the key things, the sort of primitives that lie underneath that, and then I'll do a bunch of sort of practical engineering-ish or other work to sort of build up from that. And that's been the pattern that I followed, and it's sort of the pattern that is the story of, I don't know, Wolfram language, and the story of a bunch of science that I've done, and so on. The manifestations of its science, its technology development, it's even management and business strategy and so on. The manifestations are different, but the mode of operation is remarkably similar. It's remarkably much, you take this complicated area, you drill down, you find the essential things, and you build back up from that. That happens to be my personal mode of operation, and even understanding that that's what one's good at is useful because it lets one sort of select projects one should do and shouldn't do. I mean, for myself, for example, I'm bad at doing things where I'm like in a committee, being in a consensus decision making, whatever. I don't think I say the right things. I don't think I do the right things. I don't like it at all. I find it very frustrating and very unfulfilling. But there are other people that I know who are just great at operating in those situations, and that's where they should be. It's not where I should be. Let's see. A question from Emmanuel, probably not Kant, but anyway, what do I spend personal money on? Do I treat myself to nice stuff? Here's the thing. I've been fortunate enough to make a decent amount of money in my life. I would say that the challenge is, can you make more money than you immediately feel you need to spend? If you make dramatically more money than you can spend, that's a huge sort of weight in its own right. And it's something where, I might feel, oh, I should be making more money and this and that and the other, and that will be nice. But really, it becomes a big sort of a big weight of what are you going to do with all this money? And I think so. But my point of view is, if you make money, you might as well spend some of it. It's and I have a house that's probably too big, actually, multiple houses and that's useful. When it comes to electronics and gadgets, I get whatever I can, whatever I think I might conceivably find useful, I will get. When it comes to, the kind of, there are things, I think one of the things that happens is there's there are different sort of scales of money that one gets to, and one is better off, I think, when one is at a point where the things that one immediately wants to do are things that are within the range of the money that one has. So, for example, I wouldn't think about, if it's like, well, should I go out to get dinner in some place? I don't really think about, oh, is this going to be a more or less expensive restaurant? I'll growl when I see the bill is huge, but it's not something where that scale is not something at which I'm really going to make a big distinction. If it's a question of and the same with, going on this plane flight or that plane flight, it happens that the scale of money that I deal with is such that is sort of in the noise. If it's a question of, oh, should I buy some giant house somewhere? Yeah, it's a quite different question. That's a scale of money large for me, and I'll make a big that'll be a big production as far as I'm concerned. As far as, and it's the same is true with, an issue right now, something that I'm kind of grappling with right now is about science and doing science and what money should be spent on science. So, in doing this physics project that I've done and a bunch of the sequelae from that, some of that is basic science. It's basic science that I don't think has a serious expectation of commercial payback, although I have to say I've been surprised at how rapidly some ideas have emerged from our physics project that I thought, although it might be 300 years before there was sort of practical things that came from our physics project, but actually there's a bunch of things that are sort of spin-offs that are much more immediate. But the question is really, if one's going to do basic science, how does one pay for that? I mean, my own time, that's not an issue, but I have people working with me and so on, and there are things that, and even computers, although that's again not such an issue, that one actually has to spend money on. And it's a question of how much should one spend, and is it at a point where the scale of money that I have and feel I can spend is such that I can just say, oh, let's just spin up this group of 50 people or something to go work on basic science. I don't feel I can do that. Maybe I could manage it, I don't know, but I don't feel like I feel like that would be something that I shouldn't do, because it's sort of too much money spent in a way that doesn't really feel right to me. I also don't feel like it's the right thing, because I feel like if I'm just the source of all that money, there's no kind of accountability. It's just like, well, I kind of want to do it, and so I'm doing it, and it's kind of not, the world didn't tell us anything about whether it cares and so on. So that's a place where, if it's a question of, should one spend one's money to spin up more basic science because one finds basic science fun, I spent a certain amount on that, but we're actually starting this Wolfram Institute, which will be an effort to build that up on a larger scale, and I'm not going to be the one funding that, and so that's an example of a place where there's sort of there might be a point if I'd, for example, sold off some big piece of technology for an obscene amount of money. I might say, I've got so much money, I'm just going to throw it into this institute, even though no money is ever going to come back from that. But I'm not in that situation, so I don't, and I also don't think it will be a healthy way to do it. I'm being reminded by somebody in my team here. It's an unusual message. I don't usually get ones from people in my team, that in terms of how I spend money, and I sort of minimize these things, but that I spend money to do lots of time-saving types of things, like it's kind of like I can avoid, doing all those kinds of standard domestic types of things and grocery shopping and this and that and the other. And I don't do those things. And I take the time that I save from that, and I'm spending the money on that in order to have the extra time in order to do the things that I really want to do. And that's a hugely good deal for me, because the amount of money it costs to not have to do those things is quite small compared to the amount of money that I can even make by doing actual sort of technologically productive things in the time that I save that way. So I'm very much along the lines of, don't spend money spend money to sort of save time and optimize many things. I think I'm being reminded of this because it is true that I have a ridiculous number of things where I notice, oh, there's a thing that's taking me extra time. Let me figure out how to build a system so I can avoid spending that time. And yes, costs money usually to build those systems. Once built, they save me time, which is very valuable to me. Let's see. The question from Emmanuel here: did I ever have to live with noisy upstairs neighbors? Let me think about that question. I haven't had. I've lived in a sort of separate house for since the mid 80s. So before that time, noisy neighbors. I don't think so, but one thing that I've done forever and ever and ever is I'm a white noise generator while asleep person. So it's like, that used to be it's either an actual fan, or it's a computer with a white noise app, or it's some, if I'm like on a plane or something, it'll be if I'm on a commercial plane, it'll be like just play white noise into a headset type thing. So I tend to be somebody who, yes, I like to be in my own kind of audio bubble, so to speak. And for that, white noise, it's some number of decibels of white noise is enough to mask some number of decibels of outside sound, depending on exactly which kinds of sounds they are. But I don't recall a time when I've encountered this specifically noisy neighbor phenomenon. Let's see. Okay, a couple of questions here. Parmenides asks, how do I decide between accuracy, speed, and readability of code? Which trade-off do I take and why? It's an interesting question. It depends on what kind of thing I'm doing. So I don't write a lot of production code that's going to be used in a production system by tons of people. I used to do that. Now that's the feature of running a software company, is that there are people who do that all the time and are really good at doing that. So for code that is really production grade and really bulletproofed and so on, that's something I personally don't usually do. I write tons of code that is for doing research kinds of things and for sort of one-off tasks that I do. I would say that most of the time there, I try to be, okay, what often happens is I'll write the simple version very quickly. I think I know roughly what happens. Then I'll realize I want to generalize that. And so then I'll kind of add little pieces to it and it'll get more and more complicated. And eventually I'll say, this is horrible. It's a giant tower of mess and it's going to fall over. Let me write a cleaner version from scratch. And I'll rewrite it as I'll sort of rebuild it in some cleaner, better factored way, now that I understand what I actually want it to do. I would say one of the things that's really important in writing, and essentially all the code I write is in Morphin language, the one thing that's really important is the design of the functions that I'm writing and so on. And I would say that I spend a lot of my life doing language design, so I've obviously got lots of experience with that. Often the design takes a while to do right. And when I'm just doing things quickly, I won't do the design right. I'll do the kind of, yes, I've got a big base of experience for that, but I'll just do the first thing that comes to mind. And, I'll have to name some function. I'll come up with a pretty crummy name first time around. If I go on using that function, that will always bite me. When I come back 3 weeks later and look at it, I'll be like, what the heck does this function do? I have no idea based on its name. And so, that's a force to rewrite things. But I'll tend to, first when I'm doing research kinds of things, I'll first do the shoddy thing and then gradually sort of build around it and often have these sort of refactoring moments where I make it cleaner. Now, when I'm going to write code that is for other people to read, then I go to more effort. It's just like, what do I do when I write notes to myself versus when I write things that are intended for other people to read and assimilate and learn from and so on. And there's usually a stage when I'm writing, the things that I write typically have the code that makes every picture that's in all the things that I write is right there. You can find it by just clicking the picture. And I'll go to some effort to make at least some of that code as clean as I can. Sometimes I think it's more important that it just makes the picture, I'm not so worried about how clean the code is. But when it's intended for communication, when it's something that I'm directly going to show there, yes, I'll make a lot of effort to make it really clean and really be able to explain itself, just as I might make effort to write a piece of English in a way that really explains itself. I think in terms of things about sort of accuracy of, is the code right? Is it doing the right thing? I'm not a big believer for myself, for sort of research type programming of all this sort of, continuous testing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm always, let me try it out. Let me try out all these different cases. Let me make sure I understand what's happening. I will often, when I write a new version of something, I often rerun it on all the things I ran it on before. I was very amused, a person who has worked with me, who's very insistent on, software engineering methodologies, even in research programming. I just saw just yesterday a place where he has these unit tests in a particular piece of research code. And it's like, well, that's a nice unit test. But actually, the thing that's horribly wrong with this code is a conceptual issue that has nothing to do with whether it passed its unit tests. So it's kind of like wrong technology to apply to research programming, so to speak. I think that another question here is speed of code. How fast does it run? I try to be sensible about that, but I usually try to not be obsessive about that because I'm more interested usually in the time it's taking me to write the code than it is how long it takes the computer to run the program. It's like, for example, last night I was running something, I wanted to get a bunch of results. I wrote something, it's not particularly optimized, but then I let it run overnight, and it got a couple more results. It didn't get as far as I had hoped, actually, and maybe it'll have to be optimized now. But it was like, well, I could have thought about this for a lot more time, but it was better to just start the program running, go to sleep, let the computer do all the work rather than me having to do more thinking, so to speak. But what I tend to find is once you know what's important or what you care about or what the code path that's really going to matter is, that's the time you really go in and optimize things. Now, having said that, I try and be sensible about that. And I think one thing to realize about programming is it's often the case. There's a lot more judgment in programming than people sometimes give it credit for. I mean, there's a lot of judgment in the overall design. Do you design the right functions? That has a huge, huge effect on how efficiently you can build a large system. It's like, how do you fit these pieces together? Do you have the right pieces, or do you always have to write glue all the time to fit things together? I mean, that's been the story of Wolfram Language, is building this kind of consistent tower of coherent functionality that one can then leverage. That's part of the story. Now, as far as when you're inside the code and doing things, there's an awful lot of times where it's like, let me make a judgment call. Should this work this way? Do I cache this? Do I make this, represent this in this way or that way? And I've been surprised at those are things which, after lots of experience in writing programs and things, I've gotten, I think, decently good at doing. I know when we were first writing the code of Wolfram Language, Mathematica, I wrote a bunch of the sort of gnarly internal things like pattern matching code and things like this. And that code is just full of heuristic decisions. It's like, this bit field should be a 16-bit bit field. This should be broken into 50 different cases. And these are the rough cases. And this is how they're delineated. And this thing should be optimized to have a minimal code path. And this should not. There are tons of those judgment calls that I made, including many actual, there's this particular breakpoint at 24, elements or whatever it is. And the issue is, did you get those right or not? Well, eventually they can be measured after there's, billions of uses of these things, you can measure them. And actually, I think a lot of the time, I'm happy to say I did get those things more or less right. And that's something where those kinds of, sometimes with people doing programming, one thing I see is people freezing and saying, well, I could do it this way. I could use this kind of data structure or that kind of data structure. I don't know what to do. I got to do one or the other. I've got to, I can't just make this arbitrary judgment call of, this is the breakpoint, use this for that case, that for this case, and just sort of move on and be happy, so to speak. But I think that's an important part of programming. And in terms of speed of things, that can have a huge effect, is making these kind of judgment-based calls about what to do. But I tend to, for research type programming, I tend to just be sensible, but the most important thing is getting it to work. When it comes to production type programming, again, the most important thing there for our main system, main Wolfram Language system, is make the design good, make the implementation solid, and then I would say the next issue is make it fast. But that's probably the hierarchy. And there's always, in the case of Wolfram Language, we're always quite careful about sort of corner cases and so on. For research programming, I couldn't care less about the corner cases, unless it turns out, the corner cases where our whole universe is hiding or something like that. With research type programming, there'll be things where there's a list of results and there are some error message generated because I didn't deal with a case of a zero length list or whatever else. I don't care, because that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking to get some intuition based on those results and see what the general story is. The question from Yijian here. What's my opinion on company acquisition? Has Wolfram Research ever acquired other companies? If so, how quickly can one integrate an acquired company? We have generally not been a acquire companies kind of company. We have done it a few times when there are companies that have built things with our technology stack and where we think that that sort of things can work better when it's integrated into our company than when it isn't. Typically, those acquisitions have been of companies that were in a sense, at least technologically very enculturated to us. I think a lot of times when people buy companies, they buy them for essentially customer lists. And I think that kind of integration can be, in a sense, rather straightforward. You're just like, well, you got to find out some plan for how you market the new product to the old customers, but that's sort of a fairly easy kind of integration. When it's a question of really deeply integrating technology, that can be very hard and often just doesn't really happen. And it's always this extra piece. Sometimes it's a good idea for it to be an extra piece. Sometimes there are plenty of even technology companies where it's kind of like, well, we've got this suite of products and they're all kind of separate points of light, so to speak, that came from different acquisitions. I think that sort of often a bad case is where you don't admit that and you're trying to say it's really all very integrated, but actually it's not. It's really hard to do this integration because you have different design modalities, you have different kind of cultural features of these different companies and so on. I mean, when I see companies being acquired, I'll sometimes say, it's just not going to work. The cultures of these companies are just too different. It'll either get spat out again, or it'll just, fail, vanish without trace, or something bad will happen, so to speak, just because there isn't a good cultural match. And I think in general, I mean, there are some industries where the whole story of the industry is you are acquiring a collection of kind of content producing companies in some way, and you are providing the overarching framework in which those companies can operate. That's not something that I've been particularly involved in, but that's something that one sees working. It's also the case that, well, another thing to say about acquisitions is when you have a company of a certain size, it is not trivial to do new things. I mean, doing new things is always hard in a company because you've got a company, if the company is not failing horribly, it's got a shtick that it's doing and that shtick is working. And most of the people in the company are like, we're doing this thing and it's working. You say, well, we should do something new. People say, really? We're doing this thing and it's working. Why do you want to go spend a bunch of money on this new thing that's very uncertain? Why don't we just spend the money on tweaking the main thing that we're doing that's already going very well? And so it's often very challenging to do kind of that special project that's new and different within the context of a company that is being successful at something it's already doing. I know, for example, when in our company, we basically had Mathematica and what's now Wolfram Language for many years. And then, for example, I started doing the Wolfram Alpha project. And that project was not a project that I could really, if that project had been sort of presented to most of the company and said, should we do this? Should we not do this? The answer would be, don't do it. It's why would we do this? We've got a shtick that's working. Why would we do something different and new? And I built that as a kind of a special project. I had this special projects group, and eventually I was kind of hiding about 200 employees who were working on that project as part of the special projects group. It helps to have a geo-distributed company if you want to do something like that. It helps a lot to have a private company where you don't have to answer to investors and board meetings and so on in explaining what you're doing. But that was something where, my management team, once we had a real thing there and we could present the real thing, people were like, oh yeah, this is interesting. This is cool. But if it had been earlier on, there would have been a tremendous effort to kill it because it just didn't seem like it was the right thing for the company to be doing, because it just is low leverage relative to just tweaking the main shtick, so to speak. And I think it's often much easier for companies to say, let's have somebody else who did that early sort of, development of something. Let's just buy that company, bring it in, and try and get that kind of innovation, buy the innovation, so to speak, rather than having to internally do the innovation. I think one of the things that we've been rather successful at with our company is that over the last, 20 years or so, we've really developed a very good kind of rhythm of innovation that gives people within the company the expectation that we will do new things. And guess what? A bunch of new things we've done in the past have worked out really well. So it doesn't make sense to just kill every new thing on the grounds that it's lower leverage than the things we're already doing. And that's a kind of a cultural feature of a company that is fairly unusual, that one has the idea that yes, new things can be done And it makes sense to do that. Now, it's a challenge always. I think I've mentioned this in these live streams before. It's always a challenge. You have a special projects group, and the special projects group does a special project, and the special project is successful. And then what happens? Well, what tends to happen in our company is most of the people in the special projects group go and become part of the mainstream project that they built. And so, for example, right now I am rebuilding our special projects group because I've got a bunch of new, quote, special projects that I want to do that don't fit in anywhere else. And the people who were sort of in the previous generation of special projects group have become mainstream project people working on the projects that were incubated in the special projects group. So that's kind of the internal innovation problem is having to do that. But that's for me, it's a better scheme than the acquisition kind of scheme. I would say that in terms of, well, one acquisition we did was of a product we now call System Modeler, a systems engineering product. That was, when did we do that acquisition? 7, 8 years ago, something like that now. And there's been sort of progressive integration of that into Wolfram Language. It's its own separate product as well, but there's progressive integration. And lots of good stuff has been done there, but I would say we're not in any way finished in that integration. And it's been 7, 8 years, whatever it is now. I think that the thing to say about that is probably our standards for design are very high. And so taking something which is kind of the different design track is particularly difficult for us. Now, is it valuable to do that? Yes, it is valuable. In fact, it's very interesting because the kind of design you have to do for systems engineering when you've got this, a jet engine and you're representing all its components and you're seeing how they interact with each other. That's an interesting kind of design, different from what we've encountered in other parts of Wolfram Language. And the effort of sort of merging those together is very interesting. We haven't done it yet. We're on the path to doing it, but it's not finished yet. And that's been a great many years. Let's see. Boy, that proves my sense of time is wrong. Someone point out that System Math Core and System Modeler, we acquired it in 2011. So it's been 10 years, about 10 and a half years. FJ says, their dad retired very early and has got no direction, no focus, no job. What can I advise that he learns and does that will be worth doing? I think a good friend of mine was always telling me that the most dangerous thing a person can do for their health is to retire. And this friend of mine is considerably older than me. And I think this is his kind of way of saying that he's never going to retire. But, it's a funny thing because I think people, I don't know to what extent it's cause and effect, but it does seem to be the case that by the time people say, oh, I'm pulling the plug, I'm going to retire, it does tend to have this feature that it's like, well, what do I do next? Now, I see people who have kind of a life plan. I meet them, they're 20 years old. They say, I'm going to work very hard for years. I'm going to be a finance person. I'm going to do this, that, and the other. And then I'm going to retire. And then I'm going to do what I really want to do. And it's like, that is a very bad plan. You're going to spend 30 years of your life doing something you say you don't really want to do in order that you can do the thing that you think now you're going to want to do 30 years from now. That's a bad plan. Find a way to do something where you can do on an ongoing basis the thing you really want to do. Maybe that's doing it as a serious hobby. Maybe that's finding some way to be in a niche where you can actually do that for a living, so to speak. I think in terms of what people who, I'm trying to think, I have seen various good retirements, let's say. I'll mention a good retirement. It's not really a retirement because I was a young person, but I would say that, for example, my friend Brewster Kahle, who sold a couple of companies when he was quite young, retired and started this thing called the Internet Archive. and it was a nonprofit, and he was like, well, I'm just doing this kind of for fun and so on. I think it's been going 25 years now. And it's a great thing. And I think he's had a great time with it. And it was sort of, I mean, he was young when he quotes retired, but it was sort of a quotes retirement project in some sense. And, you know, there are people who build things because they say, well, I really, you know, the thing that I really want to do, that I'm really doing for a living, is this thing that's a big, heavy lift, hard piece of work. The thing I kind of really want to do is, actually, I'm now thinking of another person I know who took up painting when she kind of retired and became a pretty well-known painter, pretty successful painter. And again, had a great time with that. And it's a thing where it's like, you do this heavy lifting thing that was the thing you thought you should do as part of your job, and you kind of got maybe trapped into doing because it was the thing that made you a bunch of money and so on. And then there's the thing that you really wanted to do, and now you start doing it. And I think it's you know, I don't know, it's a sort of chicken and egg type thing. If there's really nothing one wants to do, then that's a problem. But it's somehow, sometimes when you start doing things, they become, they feel like they're more things that one wants to do. So I would say that you know, I think the problem of a retired person who says, I don't know what to do, is a little bit similar to the problem of a high school student who says, I don't know what to do. It's like, first question is, well, what's out there in the world to even imagine doing? And the more you can be exposed to those different kinds of things, the more you say, hey, that's the thing I really like. I mean, I've often found that people very much sort of vote with their time. That is, they kind of, you know, they say, well, I don't really like doing this, and I don't really want to blah, blah, blah. But then you see, what do they actually spend their time on? And guess what? They're actually spending their time, I don't know, doing, writing this or that kind of thing, or playing around with this or whatever else. And that's a good indication of what, you know, what's the thing that is really going to sort of float their boat, so to speak. And I think it's, you know, the first question is sort of to learn what's out there. And for somebody who's maybe been in some job for many years, just sort of, you know, head down, doing a particular thing. And it's like, oh, I woke up. Now, you know, it's 30 years later and the world's changed. And gosh, there's all these different things one can do. And what are those things? And that's kind of the first step, I think, is to kind of inventory those kinds of things. See, this is a bad thing. My team has learned that they can send me messages here and are saying, speaking of something I don't want to do, I have another meeting that I'm supposed to go to, which I have been avoiding. It is true. This is a piece of, and why have I been avoiding it? I've been avoiding it because it's iteration 3 of something which I think the team that's working on it should have been able to figure out. And I'm kind of resenting the fact that it's being sent back to me again. But so I'm going to do one more question here, and then I will go and do that meeting. Let's see what I can find here that I think I can do reasonably quickly. Well, okay, there's a question here from Eric asking, building an app that takes human language as input, do you feel that the current state of the art in parsers and compilers based on Chomsky and trees and ASTs and so on are in need of a rethink? Well, so natural language understanding is something where I think it's fair to say that our company has kind of developed the kind of best in the world way of doing that. I wouldn't claim it's clean and beautiful, but it works. It's the thing we use for Wolfram Alpha and for all the people who license Wolfram Alpha, both for general purposes and for enterprise purposes, for more specific kinds of natural language understanding. What we've built is something that does not use pretty much any standard computational linguistics techniques. It really uses its own kind of approaches that I've been meaning for like 10 years. I've been thinking we should describe to the world how this all works. But we haven't ever got around to it. And we've always been like, well, let's just build more stuff rather than writing the the great expositional essay about how it all works. But it's a kind of a mixture of core ideas about how you put together and tear apart language, together with kind of the practices of a linguistic curation of how do you have people teach sort of algorithmic fragments of language in the right way to the system to make it do things. We continually experiment with sort of machine learning kinds of techniques, and there are a few corners where we can just like zoom ahead by using a little dash of machine learning here or there. But for the most part, for natural language understanding, and the key thing, by the way, in our natural language understanding, there's one key idea, which is that the target is Wolfram language. That is, what's happening is you're going from English or other languages, it works in a bunch of languages, you're going from natural language to Wolfram language, symbolic computational language. And that means you have a target. Sometimes people say, I'm going to make my computer understand a piece of text. What does it mean to understand a piece of text? Well, for us, it has a very definite meaning. It's turn that piece of text into precise symbolic computational language. And that's kind of the thing we have to do. It turned out to be incredibly important for us that we have a lot of knowledge of the world to allow us to disambiguate things in natural language understanding. So people's traditional approach to this have been build a standalone natural language understanding module. I think that's kind of doomed. I mean, both you need the target, you need the whole symbolic language underneath, and you need the huge knowledge base to know what kinds of things language will talk about. Now, when it comes to there's sort of the separate issues about kind of language in, well, for example, our computational language, Wolfram language, is syntactically quite simple. And that's good. And in fact, one thing I've discovered is that any time you make such a language not syntactically simple, people get confused. There's no real cost to making it syntactically simple. The reason English and other languages aren't syntactically simple is they've been built up over a long period of time historically. You can kind of see the places where they kind of went off in weird directions because of some weird historical issue. It's not a necessary thing to language. It may be convenient for writing poetry. It's not relevant for communication to have sort of an impure syntax, so to speak. So it's just fine to use sort of pretty traditional context-free language as the language for the sort of symbolic computational language that is the precise thing you write. Why have something that's as messy as human language there? You don't need it. It doesn't have an advantage. It's much better to have something very clean, very precise, that's easy for people to learn because it follows it has simple rules that you can just keep following. I think that when it comes to the question of natural language processing, different from natural language understanding, and I should say that in Wolfram Alpha, for example, the big focus is on small snippets of text. It's like I say, you know, what's the population of Spain divided by / all of Europe plus Turkey or something? You know, what does that, can I untangle what that means? It's sloppily written, but a human could untangle what it means, and we can untangle what it means. And that's the focus of Wolfram language, natural language understanding. It's a very useful kind of natural language understanding. Another thing would be to say, here's this big essay, do something with it. So we also have capabilities for doing natural language processing, rather good ones actually now, where you can do things like say, pick out all the place names in this piece of text. Now there's another level of that, which is make a parse tree for this piece of text. You know, figure out where are the noun phrases, verb phrases, all this kind of thing. We put in capabilities to do that in Wolfram language. They're amusing, they're interesting to school kids. From a production point of view, I don't think anybody cares, except in a few very rare cases. So this idea of parsing sentences and that's the way you sort of crack natural language, I don't think that's, and that you do it by this representation, this kind of hierarchical representation, that's the kind of standard sort of representation of natural language. I don't think that has been an important thing. I think that the kind of natural language that is useful for sort of telling a computer something tends to be much messier than that. It tends to not be grammatical in this nice hierarchical phrases type of way. It tends to be something where a parser that was just, I'm looking for perfect English, would just get completely confused. And I think the sort of the perfect English is when you have a long block of text. There's sort of a question: could we ever turn a long block of text into a pure symbolic language? The answer is, to some extent, yes. We could imagine taking it, but you have to understand the intent. If there's a big block of text and it's like, pull facts out of this and sort of represent those facts in symbolic language so you can add them to a knowledge base, that's something I can imagine doing. And we've done a certain amount of that. It's not as well developed as it might be because it's messier than you might expect. But I think that's, if you ask the question, if you are thinking about natural language and you're asking the question, is there a way to think about representing natural language that's different from the kind of parse tree approach? I think there might be, actually. What it exactly will be useful for, I'm not sure. There were actually earlier approaches before the whole Chomsky phrase, generative grammar kind of approach. There were approaches that are actually more similar to kinds of things that mathematically come from category theory that were previous approaches to kind of the construction, the algorithmic construction of sentences. And maybe some of those can come back, and they're just of a different kind. And they actually plug in quite a bit to some things called multi-way systems that we've studied a lot in our physics project. And there's a potential mathematical story there. I think it will be a big mistake to think we're going to mathematicize the understanding of natural language. Natural language is not the kind of thing that can be mathematicized using traditional mathematical methods. It's a kind of thing that is of a different type. It's like saying, what is the mathematical shape of an elephant? It's not something where traditional sort of a mathematical formula kind of approach is likely to work. So, but I think there's more to say about this. And in fact, I just yesterday was thinking about the application of some of the things we've done in our physics project to linguistics and knowledge representation, kind of an unexpected use. One of the things that has come out is a very deep connection between the underlying foundations of physics and of mathematics, and it's the sort of underlying representation right down at the sort of lowest abstract level turns out to be the same between those two very different areas. And so I'm starting to think, well, where else might this apply? And I kind of think there might be some ways of applying it in linguistics, but that's a coming attraction about which I have almost nothing to say, because it's a project that it relates to some other projects I've been interested in for a long time, but it's just starting. It's not something that I yet have things to say about. All right, well, lots of interesting questions that I'm afraid we'll have to save up for next time, but thank you for asking lots of interesting things. And it's very helpful to me to try and explain myself in this way. It helps me understand things better. So thank you for providing that opportunity. And I think I need to go to the meeting that I've been avoiding now. Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to another episode of Business Innovation and Managing Life Q&A. And I'm happy to take questions about kind of how to do interesting things in life, how to run businesses, how to start businesses, how to think about creating new ideas, those kinds of things. Happy to talk about all those kinds of things. I can also talk about specific topics, but I would say that the more general ones seem to be of more general interest to people. I see there are a few questions left over from other people. Okay, well, we'll start with one that just came in from Kotov. How to start a mega corporation. Interesting. You know, it's a funny thing. I think that people, when they start companies, there's certain kinds of businesses where it can operate just fine as, you know, a 5-person company that is in a little niche that can exist for a long time, and it's all good. There are other businesses where the only way it can work is by having this giant network that's built. I know, like, the famous story of, I think it was, you know, Fred Smith's business school project of, you know, which turned into FedEx. It's like, you know, FedEx can't work unless you have all kinds of planes flying over the country. It's a business which can only be a mega business. It cannot possibly be we're just going to be a 5-person company operating in, you know, out of a strip mall somewhere. Whereas there are other businesses which can, you know, so there's a certain, the certain businesses can only exist at a certain scale. Other businesses can be of a variety of scales. I mean, you know, if you have a business that's, I don't know, providing some kind of analytics for certain kinds of companies, you could be a small company that's doing that for 10 customers, or you could be doing a bigger company that's doing it for 10,000 customers, and it's sort of a scalable thing. So there's some kinds of businesses where there's a threshold, just can't really operate without a certain size. Now, sometimes that, you know, sort of minimum size is determined by technology. Sometimes it's determined by distribution channels. It could be the case that you say, well, I'm going to, I don't know, back in the past, it would be like, I'm going to publish a book. But that's not really true anymore, because that's really been an opened up industry by now. But back in the day, it was like, but I've got to sell it to, you know, to this bookstore chain, that bookstore chain, the other bookstore chain. You have to have a certain economy, you have to have a certain size to be able to get into those distribution channels, because the buyer at bookstore chain X will say, hey, you're a tiny publisher, you're only publishing one book. You know, I don't want to take my time to talk to you. I'm only going to talk to you if you're a publisher that's publishing 50 books a year and you've, you know, got this sales volume and so on. And that's a case where the sort of the minimum size of organization needed to reach that distribution channel. And, you know, so I think those are things that sort of threshold what you have to have. You know, a company has to be of a certain size. Now, quite often, depending on what kind of a business you want to start, and, you know, what your own personal goals are, it can be very nice to have a business which can start sort of scalably, where it could start really small, and then if it works out, it grows, and otherwise it doesn't grow, rather than you have to be of a certain size or it's not going to make it at all. I think in terms of what does it take to make sort of the giant business, you know, you got to realize that the skills necessary as businesses grow to different sizes are somewhat different. I mean, when you're a 3-person company, the CEO, the founding CEO, better be able to actually do a bunch of the on-the-ground work. And as the company grows, there comes a point at which the CEO no longer writes code, or the CEO no longer deals with individual hiring of individual people, those kinds of things. They're different sort of scales. And when you get up to the you know, the mega size corporation, when you're sort of comparable in size to governments and things, then you have all kinds of issues of, you know, how do you interact with governments and so on in the world, which is an issue you are very unlikely to have if you're a small company, unless you're actually working in a sector where there's a lot of sort of government interaction. And so, you know, in intermediate scales, I think at some scale of company, you can think of sort of the CEO role as more kind of moving chess pieces around, As the thing gets bigger, that's sort of more what it is, as opposed to the CEO role being something that actually has to do with either doing the work, figuring out the strategy. I mean, there comes a point at which the CEO has delegated strategy and so on to other people. It's like somebody's doing that and the CEO is just moving the chess pieces around in the first approximation. It's not really the way it actually works. In the end, you always have to be, at least in my theory of CEOing and also what I've seen in other places, there are all these cases where a question will drop through to a none of the above. Like there's a chief such and such officer and there's a chief such and such officer. And if it is a thing that fits into the rubric of the chief such and such officer, then it's all good, you've got a person to do that. But occasionally it'll be a thing that for which there's no chief X officer that does that, and then who figures it out? And that's where at least a good CEO just goes and figures it out. Now, obviously in the chief such and such officer, there people gradually understand more functions. Like, there was a time when there were chief technology officers, but then there were CIOs, chief information officers, then people have, chief security officers, chief privacy officers, all these kinds of functions that, eventually you can define a piece of a company that does those kinds of things, and it doesn't have to fall through to the CEO, so to speak. But I think as companies get to different scales, there are different kinds of things that the CEO has to be able to do. So for example, you say how to start a mega corporation. Well, it's not clear you'll be the CEO. If you start the thing, being the CEO by the time it is a mega corporation is a different problem. And it's actually become much more common in modern times for people in the technology space to sort of stay CEO from the seed stage up to the we're a big company stage. And I think that's a good thing, because I think this idea that there was a sort of a different idea that came out of the sort of professional managers, kind of the General Motors, Alfred Sloan tradition of, this concept of the professional manager as opposed to the person who manages, who is running an X company. It's like there's this concept of a generic professional manager, which is kind of, I think, what got lots of sort of business schoolish things started and so on. I think in the technology world, 30 years ago or something, people assumed that most companies were started by the geek technologists, so to speak. And by the time the company had a few hundred employees, there would be a professional manager wheeled in who would be the person who actually takes the company to the next level, so to speak. Because the concept was the geek technologist wasn't going to be suitable as a manager of the company when it got to a certain size. And that was the traditional thing that like investors would look for, in a startup that was, it's geeks up to X number of employees, and then it's professional managers, so to speak. I think that idea has kind of decayed, partly as a result of a bunch of sort of geek managers ending up building mega corporations all by themselves, so to speak, without wheeling in the professional managers, so to speak, or perhaps they wheeled them in at a level one step below the CEO and so on. So I think that's I've seen this actual dynamic a bunch of times with startup companies where it is the case that the original CEO is great for a company of a certain size, and particularly with people who do this when they're a little bit older and so on, and a little bit more seasoned, and they've been used to running a company of a certain size, and then they do another company and it's like, it's going to be great, it's going to grow to the moon, so to speak, but they're really much more comfortable running a company that has 25 employees, let's say, and when there are grow to the moon opportunities, they kind of are like, oh, I don't really understand this, I don't really trust this, and there's a big sort of pullback into let's keep it at a comfortable size, so to speak. And it's worth understanding that this question of how big do you want your company to be is kind of a bit of a lifestyle question in some ways, because you might say, well, I want my company to be as big as possible. Really? What's good about big companies versus bad about big companies? Good about big companies, more money is flowing around usually, because if it wasn't, the company wouldn't exist. Bad about big companies is it's pretty hard to turn the ship. As the thing gets bigger, it has a certain direction it's going in, and if you want to turn it, it's not something you can do. It's not a very agile thing. It also is the case for somebody like me that a company of a size where you can kind of, where you kind of know what the pieces are all doing is more interesting than something where it's like, well, they're these giant tentacles that the creature has, and I don't know anything about those tentacles. I mean, I know from things we've done where I don't have as much personal interest or involvement in those things. It's like, well, yeah, it's nice we're doing this, and you know, it's wonderful, but it doesn't really make a difference that it's part of the same company, so to speak. It could be just a thing where it's like, you know, where it had some business relationship with us, but it wasn't actually part of our company. So I think that, you know, we have about 800 people or so, and for me, that's a pretty decent size. You know, I would kind of like to have more people in some areas. I mean, another thing to understand about the CEOing business is that above probably, I don't know, maybe 100 or so people, maybe 200 people, the actual, from the CEO point of view, the number of employees is almost, it's sort of invisible at some level, because there's a certain layer of management and people that one's dealing with. And then there's a lot of kind of sub layers of actually getting lots of work done in lots of places that involves other people. But as a CEO, you might be dealing with 50 people, let's say. Those 50 people then deal with another X number of hundreds of people, and then maybe thousands of people or tens of thousands of people. But that's not something you directly see. As you know, if you go visit the office, you can see, well, there's a lot more people here, but it's not something where you have direct personal experience, except for the fact that you end up with different kinds of issues that, you know, by the time you have 10,000 employees, you've got different kinds of issues than if you have 1,000 employees in terms of the kinds of things. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of like the principle. I don't know, because I've never run a company bigger than ours. So I don't really know what sort of all the issues. I have lots of friends who run bigger companies, but I don't know what all the issues are. And it's kind of like one point of view is, the bigger the house you live in, the more likely it is that something will be going wrong with some system in the house at any given time. And I'm sure that's also true as companies get bigger. There's always something going wrong. On the other hand, with companies, it's always the case that the bigger the company, the more redundancy of people there are, the more kind of the more things, sort of self-healing processes can go on within the company. But also the more things that can ultimately sort of go wrong, the bigger the thing is. So the answer is, the question was how to start a mega corporation, and I think one point about that is there's a certain, be careful what you wish for. I mean, there's a certain sort of lifestyle of running a big company versus running a smaller company and so on. I mean, it's worth remembering, if you're actually running a company like of my company's size, you know, I don't get to take vacation days. There's never a time when I've noticed one of the things, whenever you sort of might think you're taking a vacation, I've even invented a term for it. First day of vacation quitters. People who quit the first day that the CEO or a manager tries to take a vacation. It's kind of a principle, and I've seen it happen an awful lot of times. And it's just basically telling you you don't get to take a vacation. And that's kind of what you're signing up for in running a company of a certain size. And I think that it's also the case that at some level, when the company is a certain size, there are fairly few single points of failure, and the thing has this sort of self-healing character that it doesn't if the company has 5 people or 10 people. Then it is much less likely that, you know, each person is much more critical to everything the company is doing, so to speak. All right, let's see. Another question here. Question from Ethan here. How do you retain the best people over the years? Well, you know, as far as I'm concerned, my responsibility is to have interesting things for people to do, and to have people be able to have interesting achievements and have a good time doing that. I mean, that's the thing I think I'm signing up to provide for people who work for us. I think that my experience is that there's a certain set of people for whom the mission that one has defined is one that they're really interested in. And those are people who are typically going to want to continue pursuing that mission and are excited to do so. There are other people who are like, well, I could work for any company. And those people, well, what happens with those people is there's some people like that who get very interwoven with the culture of the company and the actual set of people at the company, the way the company operates. They really like that. So it's kind of the meta mission of the company, not so much the content mission of the company. We work on this particular kind of software or whatever else, but rather the sort of cultural character of the company, so to speak. We're a company where, you know, people speak their mind and where people can get to, you know, have their points of view, you know, have the things that they think should happen actually happen. And we're a company where we deal with a very wide diversity of people and blah, 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 blah. I mean, there are different companies, you know, those are characteristics of our company probably. There are other companies where it's like everything is very structured. Everybody knows, you know, on this day you'll be doing this type thing. And where there's, you know, in a company like ours, it's much more free form in the sense that there's sort of a more agile approach to what we do, and things change and people's jobs change and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it's like, well, what exactly will I be doing, you know, 7 months from today? Well, you know, we don't know exactly because it depends on how these projects work out and this and whether you make a pitch for whether you should be doing this thing or whatever else. Whereas there are companies where it's very regimented. You know, you're a grade 3, this, that, and the other. In another 2 years, you'll be a grade 4, this, that, and the other, and so on. And depends on different people have different desires in terms of how that works. I mean, I will say that at our company, there are people who want that kind of very, very structured environment, which I don't think we provide. And there are people, that's one thing. I think we, for example, provide an environment where I like to think, you know, I think we're doing very interesting things. And for other people who think they're interesting things, that's a good environment. I think that the thing that can also happen is people are like, I just want to be running my own thing. You know, it's all good. I like what you guys are doing, but fundamentally, I just want to be running my own thing. I'm probably an example of that. I probably would be a lousy employee for anybody else because I'm always like, I just want to do this my way type thing. And we've had people like that at our company. And sometimes I've told them, you should go start your own company because you're not going to be happy unless you are, you know, defining what should happen. And indeed, several people have ended up being very successful doing that. So I think that's, you know, that's the right thing because it doesn't make sense. It's just a different mindset. Now, of course, if you sign up to start your own company, you're like no vacations ever. You're like a bunch of other things. So it depends again what you wish for, so to speak. I mean, I've also noticed in terms of people and projects and so on, you might think that people would be at their sort of most, oh my gosh, I'm out of here type thing when a project was at very intense. It's like, oh my gosh, I can't handle the intensity. At least to the people that I've had in the last 35, 40 years, I have very, very, very rarely seen that. I mean, and possibly that's selected by the kinds of people that we have, but people don't end up saying, help, I'm out of here because things get too intense. Actually, quite the opposite happens. When a project finishes and people are like, oh, what am I going to do next? I'm kind of disoriented. I'm kind of bored. That's the time when people are like, oh, maybe I should do something different. Maybe I should go back to school. Maybe I should go and work at a bigger company. Maybe I should do this, that, and the other. So, you know, it's what I've noticed is people generally have a good time working on intense projects where there is kind of a, you know, an outcome that people can see, where there's a flow of what one wants to do, and where, you know, I would say that the times when I've lost people that I really didn't want to lose, I have kind of known in some cases, I need to put more intensity into giving this person really interesting things to do. And, you know, their big project finished, they're kind of in a waiting state about to do another big project. And for example, there are cases where I simply haven't had the time for other reasons to devote to sort of defining the great new project. And that's a place where people say, well, I'm going to go do the great new project somewhere else. And that has been a shame in some cases. Okay, let's see, lots of, Oh boy, lots of interesting questions here. Okay. Um, uh, there's a comment here from Gol saying that they heard that CEOs actually have no impact in large companies. That's not true. Leadership always has an impact. Unless leadership curls up in a ball and decides not to have any impact. And even that, in effect, has an impact. But people, it's, I suppose, the nature of our species or something. People, people say there's got to be somebody in charge, and they look to, and the person in charge sends signals either directly by saying we're going to do this, or indirectly by curling up in a ball type thing, and saying, I don't know, there's no visible leadership or something. But CEOs do definitely have an influence. Now, the question of what does it take to make something happen in a company? I mean, I have to say, and it's sometimes frustrating for me, we interact with lots of big companies and I interact with their CEOs and so on. And there'll often be a situation where it'll be like, I'll interact with the CEO and it'll be like, oh yeah, we should do this thing together. And then it's like, but that actually has to get executed by the middle management of whatever big company it is. And it's a non-trivial challenge to keep the CEOs, oh yeah, we should do this, and have it be the case that the thing's actually executed by the troops, so to speak, in a big company. And I think some companies do that better than others. Some CEOs do that better than others. I mean, sometimes it's just like, well, I just feed it into the channel that's supposed to do this. And if it's something different from what the company usually does, that channel will always kill the idea. Because it's like in many big companies, the nature of the machine is that it is well optimized to keep doing what it's been doing. One thing to understand about companies is that when things come in that have to be done, if they're things for which you have a well-established procedure, they can be very cheap to do. It's kind of like somebody sends me mail, is they want to, buy a product from us. I don't know why they're sending the mail specifically to me, but whatever. But like, it's trivial. I forward that to to a person who sends it to the appropriate sales group. It's all good. Somebody interacts with that person, it all works. But then there are things which are kind of like, one looks at it and it's kind of like a none of the above thing. Where do we send this? And those are the things that if you're actually going to do something with them, are very expensive to do something with, because it requires sort of senior people to say, oh, we're going to make a decision to do this, rather than just there's a machine. You feed this issue to the machine, and the machine has been well optimized and it's constructed so that rather cheaply it can go and execute that particular function. And so, companies, a lot of big companies just say, we're just not going to do anything that is not part of our machine. It's not worth it. It's not our machine. To deviate from the machine will cost $10 million to just make any deviation from the machine. So let's not do it. It's not worth it unless the thing that deviates from the machine is going to make $1 billion. It's just not worth deviating from the machine. Yes, we'll lose a few $1 million here and there, but it doesn't matter because the main machine is a multi-billion-dollar machine, and that's much more efficient to just let the machine flow than it is to burn a bunch of money trying to look at different alternatives to the machine. Now, ultimately, that's not a great strategy. I mean, ultimately, on timescales of many decades, that strategy is typically doomed because the machine is chugging along in some direction, and eventually the world changes. Eventually, it could be 100 years, could be 10 years. Sometimes I've certainly talked to CEOs of big companies who say things like, yes, well, eventually the technology like that we have will completely crush the technology some other big company has. But they say, but we reckon we've got 50 years. And it's like, we're good, we'll be dead by then. And, no reason to change anything. And that's not an irrational decision. If you've got this big machine set up and it's crunching along and there are all these people working on the machine and there's all this money being generated by the machine, that's not an irrational thing. But it is the case that, and so that's a sense in which CEOs may choose not to perturb the machine. But I think it isn't the case that, I think CEOs and sort of leadership of organizations always has an effect on the organization. In fact, the organization ends up, taking on a little bit of, some of the personality, depends on the size of the company, depends on whether it's a founder, CEO, and so on, taking on some of the personality of its leadership. That's sort of an inevitable thing. And I think, it's, let's see. Let's see. There's a comment here about hiring machine learning engineers and how many do you need, and what do you do when people are really expensive? One thing that I've noticed, because I've been in the tech industry for a while, there are these areas where people are like, oh my gosh, if you know how to do CGI programming for a website, you can get paid a ton of money. There are so few people who do that. I remember when JavaScript programmers were like it's like if you were a JavaScript programmer, you could you could earn the moon, so to speak. Didn't last very long, lasted maybe 2-3 years. And then lots of people learned JavaScript. Turns out even writing raw JavaScript wasn't the best of ideas to begin with, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And at any given time, there are always these areas where it's like, oh my gosh, people who can do that are like super expensive. Usually what happens, it's a kind of supply and demand type thing. Things can happen, that things can be that area. Eventually people say, oh yeah, that's a place where we can earn lots of money. And so tons of people pile into that field, and then it deflates and it's no longer such a magic thing to know that particular thing. The other thing can happen is it just kind of blows over. People, sometimes it's automated away, that particular area just, it just becomes a thing that, that one doesn't need to have actual people doing that, because there's an automated system that does a bunch of that. I mean, certainly in our company, we've been very big on building automated systems that let us kind of leverage the people we have to do as much as we can. I think, generally I am a very non-believer in these fields which get kind of superheated, and where it's like, to hire anybody in this field, you have to spend an arm and a leg because it's so superheated. I've generally found, in some cases there, it's been almost humorous, because it's like, there's this field and it's, oh, if anybody knows this particular technology or whatever, they're worth all this money. And you realize, you know what? If you really put your mind to it and you're a sophisticated person, you know a lot of other technology, you can just sit down for a weekend and learn the basics of that. And then you can be pretty competitive doing that. And, so these things that end up being these sort of bubbles of different capabilities, I must say that I tend to try as much as possible to ride out those bubbles without ending up spending, a ton of money in areas where you end up hiring somebody who is the specialist of the week in this particular area. You spend a lot of money, and then 6 months goes by and you realize, well, there are lots of other people in this, and that person was not really that good a fit for the company anyway, and that person's skills weren't that remarkable, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then, I don't like to be in the position where we have people where we're saying, I don't like to be in a position where we let people go, basically. I like it to be the case that by the time we've invested in them, they've invested in us, that one can keep going, so to speak, rather than the worst case is that there's a case where people are just absolutely hopeless, or they're just a hopeless non-fit for all kinds of different reasons. Then it's like, okay, this is just not going to work. Forget it. We're parting ways. But the case that's always much, much more difficult is the person's kind of okay. They've been very trained up. They are kind of doing okay. It's just not great. And it's something where you kind of growl every time there's a sort of salary review. It's like, really, we really have to pay this person this much? It really doesn't seem worth it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But on the other hand, you say, but door number 2 is, oh, the person is gone. And then it's like, there's all this expertise that's been built up. We don't want to have that happen. And so you end up with kind of, and it doesn't work on either side, because usually for the employee, it's like, their work isn't that appreciated. They're kind of, It's not that satisfying to do it. But nevertheless, you've got yourself signed up for this situation where you've got this kind of so-so thing, and you never want to say, pull the plug, we're ending it. But it really isn't very good for either side. And sort of the best way to avoid that is not to get into it in the first place. And these kind of bubble situations, unfortunately, are one of the places where you absolutely get into that, because you'll end up with people who are, the person who was really good for this bubble this day, but when the thing wasn't a bubble anymore, they're really not, they're not that special, so to speak. So anyway, that's my point of view about that. Question from Icy about how many people could someone lead? Well, I mean, it depends what you mean by that. I mean, certainly in the course of human history, there have been plenty of sort of political and military leaders who've succeeded in leading sometimes in sensible, sometimes in absolutely crazy directions, very large numbers of people. In a corporate setting, I think there is sort of the definition of leadership from the CEO, but then in terms of how many direct reports somebody has, how many people are they directly talking to, I think the general belief is that that's in the 10 to 20 range, is maybe 5 to 10 to 20, I don't know. And I think by the time, if you have 50 direct reports, forget it, that's hopeless. Because you need to have a small enough number that you can have like one-on-one interactions with the people every few weeks or something, or you can kind of get to know them well enough, you can work together well, all those kinds of things. And if that number gets too big, it's really hard to do that. I mean, I think that there are sort of exercises, in a sense, that we end up doing where there are more people. Like, for example, our summer school, we might have 70 people at our summer school, maybe another 40, 50 people at our summer camp. And there's a period of 3 weeks, for example, where I'm trying to help, define projects for all those people. And so in a sense, that's a leading, 100 and something people, albeit for a rather short time. And it's sort of interesting. It's an interesting management process and problem. It's very well scaffolded at this point, in the sense that there are pretty good systems. We know, how to have this set of meetings, this, project proposal, this thing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, this mid-course correction meeting and so on. But that's a good example of trying to go from sort of zero to leading a set of people in a fairly short time. And I think it works well when it is sufficiently well scaffolded. But when it's more free form, when it's more kind of an ongoing thing, and it's like you got all these people and they're all running around doing different things, I think that number is in the 10, I don't know, 10, 15, 20, something like that number. Let's see, there's a question from SL8. After starting a business, how do you know when you should secure an attorney? It's a large expense, seems an unavoidable necessity. Well, it depends what, as soon as you're writing a contract, any kind of serious contract, it's worth having somebody who's done that before work on it, because otherwise you'll make mistakes. You might make mistakes even if you have somebody who's quite experienced doing it. And the most common reason for those mistakes is either the person who's doing it is a bit arrogant and kind of says, I know what to do, and doesn't really listen to what needs to happen, or you don't communicate very well and you forget to mention the thing that really, really matters to you, and the person doesn't put that into the contract or the agreement or whatever else. But I tend to think as soon as you're actually writing contracts, it's worth, unless you're an experienced person at doing that, it's worth getting somebody who is experienced at doing that, whether an actual lawyer or just somebody who is experienced at writing contracts and dealing with contracts. That's not so clear. I mean, in terms of like incorporating companies, no, you don't. I mean, you don't need it for that. In terms of things like, I don't know, shareholder agreements and so on, yeah, that those can go horribly wrong. But those are things where honestly it depends a lot on your personal preferences, goals, the nature of the company. I don't think that's a boilerplate kind of thing. I mean, I think the one thing to say about that is when you are starting a company with a bunch of other people, as opposed to you're in charge and you're just going to hire people, for example, when it's with other people, I think the most important thing is, what does it look like going into it? What does it look like if somebody says, oh, I'm not, I've lost interest in the company now. What happens 2 years in, you've set the equity arrangements up in this or that way, and somebody just says, oh, I lost interest, or, oh, I have to go take care of my family member, whatever. I'm sorry, I can't spend time on the company. Maybe it's a rather tragic situation where the person is kind of pulled away from the company, or a whole variety of things. But you have to, the more you know up front what's going to happen in that case, the better off it is. And the more you set up something that will be somehow fair to everybody from the beginning, the better off it is. Not least because as things are starting to go wrong, if people are like, well, I don't know, there's this abyss over here, and I don't know what happens if we fall into the abyss, then people will be much less rational and much less sensible in dealing with that. But if they know, well, if I have to exit, then this is what I get, and I understand the trade-off, and I can make a rational decision, that's a much better situation than, well, that just wasn't covered in the original documents. And if this happens, there's going to be a giant flap, and there's somebody falls into the abyss, or somebody else pushes somebody into the abyss, or whatever else, and it's a much worse situation. So I think to the extent that one can foresee what can happen, that's always a good thing. And the extent to which that can be helped by somebody who's experienced in writing those kinds of agreements, that's a good thing. The question from Philip here: do I have any plans to take a trip into space? I could say the answer to that is definitely no. Not my kind of thing. When I was much younger, I learned to fly small planes, but that's about as close as it wasn't that exciting. It was kind of interesting to learn, but Ethan asked the question, an awkward one: how much more should the CEO make than the median salary in the company? Oh boy, I don't know. I mean, that's a complicated question. It depends on what kind of a company it is. It depends on what the expectations are. The people, it depends where the people are in the world. It depends kind of how much the CEO's kind of how much of what the company does depends on the CEO, and how much is the CEO kind of I think it's very hard to answer that question. But I think the answer is that you might think sometimes, oh my gosh, the CEO isn't worth that much more than the median salary, let's say, and you'll often be wrong. It'll often be the case the CEO is actually absolutely critical. If you say, for example, if you just look at it from a shareholder point of view, let's say a company has a whole bunch of shareholders and they're trying to make the decision, how much is it worth paying the CEO? And in a case, our company isn't really set up so much this way, but in a case where you have outside investors, you have a board that's really making a lot of decisions and so on, the main role of a board is to hire and fire the CEO, so to speak. And so the board is going to be the ones sort of figuring out what should the compensation of the CEO be. And so then the question is, from a rational point of view, if the CEO, you say, okay, if the board's goal is to serve the shareholders for the financial good of the company, if that's the objective of the company. These days, sometimes people think, as I tend to think about my company, that its objectives are not purely financial, so to speak. But if you take the purely financial objective of make the company do commercially the best, how much should we pay the CEO? Well, that's a complicated issue. And the answer is often, it's actually worth a lot of money to have that particular CEO there, rather than not have them there, or even have them there, but saying, I don't really make enough money from this company. I'm going to go off and do my hobbies, and I'm going to, be on a lot of other boards and so on. Better that, they're really like, this is, I mean, I would say that probably the alignment of from a board point of view, having something where the CEO makes money if the company makes money is a good, that's a good principle, so to speak. And, having various kinds of sort of incentives and stock options and things. Incentives are a complicated thing, because if you set up the wrong incentives, people will do the craziest things. And, people will, I don't know, it's like sales folk who have an incentive to sell this thing. And, if they do it within this quarter, they get this. And so everything piles on at the end of the quarter. There's a big hole after that. And, all kinds of other strange things happen because that's what the incentives were set up to be. It's kind of bad incentive design. Let's see, a lot of interesting questions here. All right, there's a question here from Ads, who says they're 17 right now. Do you think the US is better than the UK for business and innovation? That's the first question. Second question, is it a good idea to start building companies in your 20s, or is it a better idea to first build experience and then do it later on? And what do I think about people in the early 20s building machine learning and AI startups and so on? Okay, let's take the US versus the UK. So I grew up in the UK, as my accent will reveal, but I haven't lived in the UK since 1978. So my knowledge of the UK, I mean, we have a UK company, so I know something from watching that, but my knowledge of sort of the direct what happens in the UK is, well, at best, deeply out of date. It is an experimental fact that a lot more companies get successfully started in the US than the UK. It's an interesting question. I was just talking to some UK government person just recently about why that happens. And, I think one thing to understand is if you go to a trade show and it has these different zones, it'll have the French zone and the Spanish zone and the Japanese zone and whatever else, where some, trade commission or something from, organization has brought over a bunch of companies from country X, Y, or Z. It's sort of an interesting exercise. You go around and you look at these companies and you say, you don't pay attention to what zone they're in. You say, can I predict what country this company was from? And really quite often you can. Now, is that bad? Not necessarily. I mean, there's plenty of things where, designer clothes come from this country or that country, or, designer this comes from that country, that country. But what you realize is countries have a certain culture for companies. And, if it's a French company, let's say, there will be a tendency to have a sort of higher design value, maybe less consumer friendliness or something in some way. But, it'll have a certain culture. And I think that, when you start a company, it tends to be the case, I think, that you will absorb the culture, your company will absorb the culture of the country that it's in. And so, the US has had a pretty successful startup culture, a pretty successful culture in which particularly tech companies get started. It helps that the US has a big domestic market. That is, that you aren't in a situation where, you're in the UK, you're building a company in the UK, there are 10 people to sell to in the UK and 100 people to sell to in the US, but you know all about the UK and you've got people, but the really big market is the US. I mean, I've seen a good friend of mine actually started a hardware company years ago in the UK and just really couldn't make it work. He couldn't make, he could be successful in the UK market, but it just wasn't big enough and the jump to the US never really worked. And I've seen that a bunch of times. So, I think that if you look at the UK, for example, there are areas like, for example, financial engineering and finance and so on, where the UK is a leading country for doing that kind of thing. I think in the tech area, there are a lot of good tech companies there. Absolutely, there are lots of good tech companies, and there are a few big ones like Arm, for example, that was started there. I would say that generally there's a more, the culture of startups in the US is a little bit more, together with the big domestic market and so on, tends to be helpful. Now, there's also the issue of investment. And if you take company X and you transport it from Silicon Valley to New York, to London, to Berlin, to Tokyo, to whatever else, and you say this exact same company, how much will investors think it's worth? Well, that number isn't the same in all those places. And it's traditionally been true, although I don't know, in let's say in Europe, it's been traditionally true, and I don't know how true this is anymore, that, take the same company, put it in a different place, the investors will think it's worth 1/5 as much. Now, again, it's complicated because that's sort of convolved with the issue of sort of the company-imposed culture of the company, the country-imposed culture of the company, things like this. But, it can also be the case that a sort of, if you say, with this company, we're getting started here and we're going to take it to the biggest time investors somewhere, of course, the world of investment is really changing. I mean, really, really changing between the different roles of sort of early stage investors, the large amounts of money in venture capital funds, which mean that they can't really invest in small things, it's not economical, versus all the kind of blockchain and tokenized investment vehicles and so on. That whole world is changing. I'm happy to talk about that sometime if people are interested. But I think that this question of what the sort of the culture of startups in the UK versus the US, I think it's probably easier to get a startup that takes off in the US than the UK. I think that it might be, I think it's easier. That doesn't mean it's not possible in the UK. And if you have access to a great network of people in the UK and you've never been in the US, then you're almost certain to do much better in the UK than in the US. But I think if you have no network in either, probably the US is the one that is likely to be the better bet. Now, there's a question, is it better to start building companies in your 20s or to build up a bunch of experience and then do it? I don't know. My own experience is the company that I run right now, that I've been running for, 35 years or something now. I started that when I was 26-ish. And I started my first company when I was 21-ish. So my own personal experience is starting companies in one's 20s. But I would say that, it's a complicated thing. The first company you start, you'll almost certainly make a bunch of mistakes. Will they be disastrous? Maybe, but maybe not. And, it may cost something to sort of get around the mistakes you make, but you may still be able to zoom to great success. Or, it may be that it is that you have to have a certain amount of experience before starting something. I would say that look, I've seen it both ways. I would say sometimes the sort of energy and, okay, it's so hard to do a controlled experiment, right? Because if you take a person, the person either did start a company in their 20s or they didn't, right? And so if they did, then you're going down one path. And if they, you can't really do the controlled experiment. It's not I don't think there are very many identical twins reared apart, or even identical twins reared together where one started a company in their 20s and one didn't, and then the other one did later, and so on. They had similar experiences. It's very hard to do the experiment. And there are people where they're just so eager to go that at age 20, they're going to start a company and they've got all that energy and all that capability and the company's going to work great. And there are people where if they tried to do it at age 20, they just don't know enough. And, I've seen that. I can even think of one case right now where, the people who are very good technically and so on, but it's not clear they know enough to start a company. And they just haven't seen, there tends to be a situation where you get into these things and there's a certain naivete about, a good case is, okay, so something happens, you're interacting with somebody, some organization, some whatever. And the question that you can ask yourself is, do I understand what happened here? Something bizarre happens. And you say, and you feel blindsided by that. And you ask the question, is that an anomaly, or is it going to be the case that I just don't know enough, that I'm going to keep on being blindsided by these things that happen in the world, and that's really going to slow me down? I mean, that's one thing that can happen. Another thing that can happen is people just are like, I can't make a decision. I don't know enough to make a decision. And if you had more experience, you would just be like, oh, you just do this. And it's all straightforward. So, I mean, I would say that starting a company you have to be a strong person indeed to start a company with absolutely no sort of business experience, or absolutely having not observed a company, so to speak, or better been involved in it. And then you're just like, oh, I'm going to start my own. That you have to be a strong character indeed to be able to do that. Now, people may have other reasons that they've observed companies, like, I don't know, they may be growing up and their parents have some company and they know how that works, and they kind of get some sense, some feeling for how companies basically work. That might be good enough to know, to have enough kind of ambient knowledge to be able to do it okay yourself. But I think in the other thing can happen is when you say, well, get experience, if you're in a big company, right? If you go work for a big company, you will not get startup experience. You'll get big company experience, which is a really different thing. I mean, all the cogs have been built and oiled and so on. I mean, I'm thinking of somebody I know who worked for a very big company for 30 years, I think. And then he left that company and it's like, I'm going to do a startup. And I'm like, I don't think so. You're used to a company with, hundreds of thousands of employees where everything is set up so that there are all these systems for everything. And, when you do the startup and it's just 2 or 3 people, you're licking the stamps yourself. And needless to say, it was a terrible disaster because it's just a very different kind of thing. The experience you get in a big company is really different. If you have experience in a startup, well, that's more useful. And I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, so that's what I would say. What do I think about people building machine learning and AI startups? I got to tell you, at any given time in history, there are waves and they go up and they go down. And, I think that there are things where, there's a lot of cool stuff that can be done with machine learning and AI. Back before 2011, people thought machine learning and AI were dead, like nothing's going to happen here. I remember when Wolfram Alpha came out, I was interacting with the people who are sort of in the AI world because we have an example of something which is, in a sense, what was one of the holy grails of AI was general question answering and so on. And they were like, oh my gosh, you've got something that works. We haven't seen anything that works for years. And so it was a very dead area. And then it really took off as kind of deep learning took off in 2011, 2012, that kind of time frame. And it's ridden its way up, and there's a bunch of low-hanging fruit which has been being picked. And I think the core low-hanging fruit has probably been picked. And I think that there are many, it's a method. It's like linear algebra. It's like computer graphics. It's like lots of other kinds of things. It's a framework, a method. It's like social media. It's like all these kinds of things. Now, is it still possible to start a great company that's based on computer graphics? Undoubtedly. Is it kind of everybody is there's a rising tide that's going to raise all boats? Probably not. So I think it's one of these things where it's like rushing into that area. Right now, you're kind of seeing the wave that is already receding from us, so to speak. I think in terms of, for many people, like the blockchain wave, which at any given time, by the way, when one of these waves come, at the beginning of the wave, there's lots of people are saying, oh, this is probably nonsense. It's the wave's going to blow over type thing. It's going to be a little wave. And it's like, I don't know, it's like investing or anything else. You never know how big the wave is until the wave has gotten as big as it gets. And so when you're at the leading edge of the wave and it's like, should I get into this? Because it's going to be a big wave and it's going to, raise all boats and so on. Or is it just going to be a little wave that, well, I get into it and it's all sort of a waste. And it's very hard to assess that. I mean, I know, for example, in the VR, AR space, one thing that back in the early 90s, there was a little wave for that. And I pushed our company to get a little involved in that. And a bunch of my employees who are still at the company sort of reminded me about this a few years ago when VR and AR was big again. They said, you really pushed for this in the 1990s. What happened to it then? Well, it was a very little wave then, didn't really take off. And I think some of these things, I mean, waves come up, they plateau, they become things that are, yes, worthwhile. There's a big industry there, but things where it isn't a rising tide type situation. I don't know why I'm somehow thinking of actual waves and tidal bores and the relationship between tides and waves, but that will be a different subject. So my metaphors are a little bit mixed there. I apologize. But in any case, I would say that there's, it's a complicated bet. Like, should you bet on quantum computing right now? I would say probably not. Should you bet on blockchain right now? I would say probably yes. Because blockchain, like cloud computing, is another one of these let's rebuild the infrastructure type stories. And it's still, I think, comparatively early in the curve. Like cloud computing right now, there was a time when people said, I'm going to build a SaaS software company. And that's the cool thing. I'm going to take this product, this this functionality that was on the desktop, and I'm going to move it to the cloud. And that's the amazing thing I'm going to do. And there was a time when there was low-hanging fruit to be picked there, and there was sort of a big ramp that was worth getting in on. I would say that the sort of that big ramp is, it's kind of a heuristic that by the time there are enough people doing it and enough money has gone into an area, it's no longer on the rapid growth path. And that doesn't mean, it's a paradoxical thing, because on the one side, you could say, this is a market we really want to get into. It's growing. Okay, it's growing, but it's tiny right now. So the actual amount of money derivable from that market, for example, is quite small because it just isn't a big market, but it's growing. Versus door number two, it's not growing, it's plateaued in some way, but it's a big market with zillions of people doing it. Which one do you get into? It's a complicated question. And it's sort of more of a personality dependent question than it is a right answer type question. Let's see, there's a question here about, from Jesse. Do you have heuristics on deciding when to stop or dramatically alter a long-term and expensive research project? Well, touch wood, the number of long-term expensive projects that just went off the rails and never came back in my life is really small. Why has that happened? That happens, I think, because there are mid-course corrections that are going on at all stages. I think the issue is, okay, this is a question of leadership of projects. Can you see the light at the end of the tunnel at all times? Or do you go off in some direction? It's like, we're going to build in this direction, and yeah, there's going to be a way to get to the end of the tunnel. We don't quite know what it is. That's usually a very bad sign. In other words, you have to be able to, at some level with a product, it's kind of like you have to have a concept on day one. When you describe the product, when you write the marketing page that describes the product, what's it roughly going to say? And you have to have that in mind at the beginning. And then as you start building the thing, well, you may discover that was really difficult in that direction. Nobody cares about that. And you actually build it and you say, wow, this is really a useful feature. And that thing that we thought was the really killer feature over here is really not the killer feature. Very many products and projects, you end up with, there's this really hard thing to do. Turns out nobody cares about that. I'll give you an example from our past, from the 1990s. We were building this kind of symbolic graphic system for what's now Wolfram language, and where it's kind of like there's a symbolic way of representing graphical objects, and that's, so it's a symbolic disk and circle and this, that, and the other. And we thought for a while that the most important thing will be people interactively annotating graphics. So saying, I'm going to move this circle around to this place. I'm going to do this and this and this. But in the process of building that well, we built this system where you can programmatically generate graphics and so on. That turned out to be the big win. You can move it around interactively was really a very minor issue, really not the important issue. And we had that project for a while, went off in the direction of, we're going to build it so you can edit it and do all this kind of thing. And then we realized that's just not the important part of that project. And so it was sort of pivoted, and it probably wasted some time kind of chasing that kind of direction, but it needed that mid-course correction. It needed what's the point question being asked. And I think that's, there probably comes a point in a project where you say, I just don't know what the point of this is anymore. And that's probably when you have to kill it. I think the thing that tends to happen in our company is we essentially never outright kill projects. We sometimes hibernate them. And there's some projects that, have been on the hibernation list for like a decade. In fact, there's one I can think of right now that is dehibernating after about a decade. And we're pretty careful to keep all the material when we lost. Actually, there's another project. Now that I think about it, there's two projects that I'm about to do that one is being dehibernated from 2004, and another one, well, actually, there's a project I'm doing right now, which I hibernated in 1992, and hopefully it's going to get finished now. But the things I did in 1992 still make sense. I couldn't get there from here at the time because sort of a research-oriented project, and it just wasn't, didn't have computer power and ideas and so on to do it. But I would say it also helps when you think about projects if you can hibernate rather than kill, it becomes a bit of an easier decision. But I would say that the place where you start saying this project isn't worth doing is when you can't explain what the point of doing it actually is, and where the project is being done mostly because it's being done, so to speak, rather than because you say, this is the objective we want to get to. Let's see, there's a question from Glenn. It's tempting to be quantitative about measuring output of projects and teams and trying to optimize it. Does that leave people feeling like robots and so on? You know, I gotta say, this whole quantitative output thing, you know, I'm a pretty quantitatively oriented guy, but I would say that there are not that many places within our company where we are sort of managing by quantitative means. I would say that that's, you know, when you're doing things that are new and have never been done before, it's like, well, we're going to do this in 3.2 months. Really? Nobody's ever done this before. How on earth do you know that it's doable ever, or that it isn't trivial and can be done in a week? You know, you just don't know. It's very hard to manage quantitatively and precisely on things which are innovative. When it's a question of, you know, things where there is a process that's been happening a lot, let's say customer service, sales, technical support, you know, some infrastructure kinds of things, then you can be a bit more quantitative. And, you know, you can make some assessment of, is this person, for example, you know, are they reasonably pulling their weight? But honestly, I think you get better information by the purely human impression of, well, okay. Having said, okay, so we have typically monthly reports for a bunch of people around the company, and eventually most of them actually wind up in my mailbox at some point, and I usually scan through them. And you can get a really good impression from those. Now, if the monthly report says, I closed 322 tickets this month, I don't know what that means. Maybe that's good, maybe that's bad. If it's, that's actually less useful than the narrative about what actually happened, from which you can get a reasonable feeling about whether this is really something that's going well or not. So I would say that at different times, you know, we've tried to do things, analyzing source code commits, analyzing this, analyzing that. I would say that's not, you know, we have a ton of data that we can glance at, and that gives us a good sense of, you know, health of this, health of that, and so on. But it is not, in my experience, that is not what one manages by. It is part of the information. It's a signal that one uses in making decisions, but it isn't, oh, this spreadsheet said, you know, this number is greater than that number, therefore we should kill this project and do this instead. No, it's not been my experience that that's a good way to do things. And occasionally, you know, people will invent incentives, not so much at our company, at other people's companies, where it's like, the person who puts in the most code commits is the winner. Okay, that's silly, right? Because people are going to put in smaller commits. It's like, we did that measurement once at our company of who puts in the most commits, or even who changes the most lines of code. And it's like, it's not what you think. There are people who are doing fantastic and fantastically important work, and they make a commit every 3 months. And it's this huge, incredibly important thing. And there are other people who are doing small scale maintenance work, and they're making 4 commits a day. And so it's, you know, that's an example of, you know, what you measure is not what you really want to measure. So I would say that we tend to be rather non-quantitative in the way that we do things, although we collect and sort of create a lot of that quantitative data, because there are times when I'll say, like I remember this morning, there was something where we have to make a decision about whether to configure something in our cloud this way or that way. And the question is, well, does anybody actually use the version that works this way? And if the answer is no, well, then we don't have to go to a lot of work to work around that. And if the answer is, well, tons of people really care about that, then we have to do a bunch of extra work. And that's a quantitatively answerable question. And you have to have the data and be collecting the data to the point where you can, you know, have the wherewithal to answer that question. You can't, so you have to be sort of quantitatively oriented, but I wouldn't make the decision just based on that. Now, there are a lot of large companies that do make, or think they make, very sort of quantitatively oriented decisions. I would say that tends to be the time when the people get upset. And that tends to be the time when, at least for many kinds of people, they are, I don't like working for that company. You know, the company, oh, we got these numbers, these things, you've got to hit these particular objectives, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, I mean, as I was saying earlier in answer to a different question, there are people who like a very structured environment where you really know what to expect. You say, if I hit this objective and that objective, I'm all good. And there's no kind of, well, I just have to do good work type thing. They want some more definiteness about that. And so there are places where that works well, but it's not the way I, for example, choose to manage things. And I think in a high innovation situation, it's really hard to make that work, because innovation, by definition, you don't know the metrics, you haven't done it before, etc. There's a question here. Do our employees sign contracts that have non-competes? Yes, every company does that. There's a whole, I'm not sure that, insofar as one's company does things that are, I would say many of the things we do, we don't really have competitors as such, so it doesn't make much difference. But yes, as a matter of sort of standard HR practice, that is what companies typically do. Typically, people, there are sort of complicated footnotes because they're people who have sort of outside interests, and we're not making claims to those, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I mean, that's a standard thing. I mean, one thing, if you're starting a company, you should set the expectation that people re-sign their employment agreements every year, because that's something where the world changes. And, there should be a clause about how you can't sort of claim you're representing the company on social media if you're not, type thing. Some clause like that. Nobody would ever have put that clause in 20 years ago. And if you don't have people kind of re-agreeing to these things, you're going to be stuck in a situation where somebody's like, well, I didn't know that. And so I think it's a good practice to just have the expectation that these things are going to change every year, because there are new things that come up because the world changes. Let's see, a question from Gol. I don't know how to parse these names. Are there focused research teams all from like full-time researchers on AI and ML and so on? Absolutely. I mean, we have a company that has, lots of different teams working on lots of specific things. In fact, I would love it if we had more generalists who kind of float from thing to thing. And usually when we, strangely enough, the generalists will tend to be in a special projects group that is doing the kind of none of the above projects. And we have a sort of terrible record in our special projects group full of very talented generalists ending up doing a successful special project, which then becomes a mainstream thing, and they're no longer special projects people and no longer generalists because they're working on the specific such and such a specific project. But yes, we certainly have lots of groups that work on different kinds of things, including machine learning stuff is one group, and et cetera, et cetera. But in terms of do we do basic research, I do a certain amount of that connected with our physics project and things like this. There are certainly areas where we have invented lots of new stuff that one could consider to be basic research and that one could write academic papers about. We're not really in the academic paper writing business, so we don't tend to do that. In fact, we very rarely do that. But yes, there's a lot of kind of frontline invention and research in that sense that's going on. There's not research in the sense of academic research where the output is papers. There's research where the output is features of products and discoveries of various kinds coming out. And I mean, one of the things that's actually very confusing for me right now is that our physics project, which I imagine was a basic research project whose applications were hundreds of years away, has turned out to be something whose applications are extremely near term. And because the formalism that we've developed for doing physics turns out to be applicable to many other things. I just wrote something last week about this multi-computational paradigm, which is kind of a modeling paradigm that I've realized is applicable to a whole lot of fields. And I think it's going to lead to some quite revolutionary things in a bunch of areas, including some technological areas. And that's so that's a thing where I thought the physics project was just basic research, but it's absolutely not. It's something where there are pieces of what comes out of that that are quite applicable. There's a question, do we have plans to open offices in Germany? We have a number of employees in Germany. We have been forever a very geo-distributed company. So we have definite offices in definite places, and we have one in the UK, for example. But We also have a lot of people who are just scattered around the world working in different places. And that's been a very, very great thing for us over the last 30 years or so. That became, obviously with the pandemic, that became a sort of more popular activity, but that's something we've been doing for more than 30 years now, and works well. And certainly Germany is one place I only mostly know from kind of the random, I wouldn't usually know where our employees are because, they're in meetings and they're like, everybody's on the same session and so on. And it's like, I don't know where this person is. And sometimes I'll ask, and sometimes I'll be very surprised what the answer is, because it's like, really? I didn't know you were there. Sometimes they'll even be much closer to where I am than I thought they were. Sometimes I'll be much further away. It doesn't really make any difference. There's a question here from Tech something saying, if you're successful at a young age, how can one be confident towards older and more experienced people? Okay, that's an interesting issue. So I managed people twice my age quite early, and sometimes it didn't go so well. And I would say that the thing that I most suffered from there was that my kind of personal worldview was very different. Like, I'd never, had kids, had a mortgage, had this, had that. So my sort of what's important thing was very differently set from somebody, I was 20, they were 40 type thing, very different set of life experiences and expectations. And that was difficult. I would say that the place where, I would say management and leadership, it's a lot of it is about credibility. It's like, if you're a young person, and I see there's a bunch at our company, younger people who are very capable, very competent, and they're managing older people, and it's like, it's okay. Nobody has a problem with it. They can see this is a person who, okay, they're younger, but they're very, very good at their job, and they know what's going on. And the older person is like, oh yeah, you really understand this. I think then it becomes a lot easier. If you're like, well, I don't really understand it very well, and I'm going to tell you what to do, that's the place where everybody gets annoyed, and it doesn't really work very well. And I think that, the question is, if you're a young person and you're managing more experienced people, well, it's like, if they're so experienced, maybe they should be running the thing, but maybe there's a reason they're not running the thing. Like, for example, they may be experienced, but they may not have the personality to want to be the one actually making the decisions. They may be, I know a lot about what to do, you tell me what to do, I'm very happy, I'll do it very well, but I don't want to be the one figuring out what to do. I need the crazy young person to tell me what to do, and then I'll go execute it really well. And I'm really, the thing I take pride in is the execution of the thing, and I'm not competing for I'm going to figure out the crazy idea about what to do. I'm real happy to let you, young person, go off and do that crazy thinking, and I'll just do the thing that I really enjoy doing, which is doing good execution and so on. And I think that that's a way that can work out well. I think by the time, somehow it's a lot about, can you get the confidence of the people that you are managing? And it's usually a very bad situation when the manager is just like sort of saying, you should do this, you should do that. I don't understand what I'm really asking you to do, but you should do it anyway. That's because then when employee says, why do you want me to do that? And the manager says, just do it because I told you to do it. It's like, nah, it's not going to work. It's got to be something where you can make a good argument. And if the employee is like, I just don't agree with you, I'm not going to do it, I'm sure I'm right and you're wrong. Well, you have to have that out, because if you don't have that out, it's never going to work. The person's going to say that they might, worst case is they'll say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am, whatever, I'll do it. And they won't do it. And, they'll just, because they really didn't agree with it. And if you don't have sort of the credibility to get to agreement, it's just not going to work. Let's see. Question from D0. What qualities should we look for in people to determine if working with them will improve us? It's an interesting question. I've learned a lot from people who worked with me, for me, etc. And I think that's a good criterion. Are you going to learn stuff from them? Sometimes are they, I've learned sometimes a lot from people who are very different in terms of their experience, background, approach than I've traditionally been. And by the time they know they're working in the same trench, so to speak, but they have very different background, very different outlook, but we're sort of all going for the same overall objective. I found that to be a very good situation, so long as it's, it sometimes takes a little bit of effort to get the communication going and to get the trust going, where yes, the outlook is different, but it's really going to work out okay on both sides, so to speak. I found that to be a good thing. I think that, for example, there's the question of what, for example, do you learn something from people? Do you like working with the people? Do the people bring out good things in you? I mean, so one thing I've noticed for myself is there are people where I'll have a conversation with them and we'll figure out just all this stuff. And I'll realize I'm saying these really great things. And it's like, if I was talking to a different person, I wouldn't say these really great things. And somehow the person is acting as a successful kind of muse for me. And between us, we're spinning up a lot of really good stuff. And there are people where I find I can do that well. And there are people where I really just don't do that so well. And it's where the people may be very good at what they're doing, but I can't interactively think with them. They're not a good muse for me. And I'm sure the same is true for other people. I'm sure I'm better for some people than others and so on. I think that dynamic, and I can't quite put my finger on what it is, because sometimes there are people where they're really, well, I think for me, one of the things that does tend to be an issue is when I'm interacting with somebody, do they get what I'm saying? Do they understand what I'm saying? Or am I explaining what I'm saying 3 times and by that time it's all lost? Or are they like, yeah, I understand what you're saying? Even if they can't necessarily contribute that much, it's like, I get it. I understand that point. I can't necessarily personally figure out the next point, but I understand what you said, and I can kind of reflect it back to you and ask questions about it and so on, even if they can't necessarily get to the next step themselves. And, there are other cases where they can brilliantly get 3 steps ahead, and I don't understand what they're talking about. So it's a bad kind of muse situation because they're off jumping forward, and I'm like, I don't get that. I don't understand. Why are you saying that? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, sometimes, as I say, you can learn a lot from people where at the beginning, that's what's happening. And then you're like, hey, can you explain to me, why do you think that? Why are you making that judgment call, et cetera? And often, as you work with people, the value of working with them increases as a result of just working with them more, because you end up getting sort of synced up. And, when one person says this, they know it means that. When one person says, I don't know, something like, oh, this project is very difficult, it's not going to be possible, blah, 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 blah. You kind of know that just means they haven't thought about it yet, or something like that. Or another person will say, oh yeah, we can do it, it's all easy. And then you'll know that, no, they don't actually know what they're talking about and they won't be able to do it. But I would say that in terms of working with people, I would say that the other thing that's very useful working with people, I've had the good fortune to work with a bunch of people for a really long time. I work with both people I've worked with very short times and long times and so on. But when it's a long time, a thing that's very useful is the shared history. It's like, yeah, do you remember that thing 15 years ago when we did this? And here's how it worked out. And both sides kind of remember that. And it's a sort of shared, it's a shared piece of knowledge that allows you that you can reason from, so to speak. And with people, sort of people who I'm just starting to work with, I'm often end up, I find myself investing a certain amount of time telling them stories of the old days type thing of like, well, this is the thing you're confronting right now. Let me tell you a story about what happened some other time. Because that's giving them sort of the kind of an imitation of what one gets from having sort of worked together for a long time. Let's see. There's a question from Aaron. Do I have ideas for intermediate scale projects, companies with maybe less than 25 or so people that we're not working on because they're not compatible with the size of our current company? Yes, we do. For example, we have one in the NFT space that we're just trying to get started, that is going to start small. And we're trying to do that as kind of a spin-off from our company. We've done spin-offs a few times. I would say that it is not as easy. It's been sometimes more challenging than one thinks. One of the reasons it can be challenging is it's one thing if one has somebody who's like, I want to do the spin-off. I want to be the CEO. I'm going to do fantastic things in that. That's scenario number one. Scenario number two is I'm saying, this is a great spin-off to do. All we need is a CEO. That's a more difficult case. And I think we're, and that's something of a challenge with spin-offs. And that doesn't mean it's impossible, but it means it can be challenging. I think there are, I have ideas all the time of things that we could be doing, people could be doing, and so on. And I don't know, I'll throw out a totally random one, okay? If you deal with medical records, one of the things, you want to know, you're kind of tracking your health, whatever else. I, for example, have kept good records for 30 years or more. So, it's like, oh, I go and get a checkup every year and I get, this and that and the other thing measured. And I've got a plot that goes back 30 years of what was my level of this or that going back those 30 years. And, I've got all of my sort of medical data of all the random, the time I broke my ankle and the time, this, that, and the other, and all of the, the x-rays and this and that and the other. And, the thing I know from other people is most people do not have this. And it's an unbelievable pain. And sort of they get bad diagnoses and things because they've, because they just don't have that past data, and they'll go in to see some new doctor and they'll say, you must have this. And it's like, if they could actually see, well, actually, I obviously don't because of something that you could tell from data from the last 15 years or something. So, okay, so here's the example of the thing. So an example would be just have a little company that gets medical records and curates them for people. And it's complicated. You got to get the permissions for requesting the documents and this and that and the other. And in the end, you've got to be typing in numbers and putting them in plots and so on. That's not something we as a company are going to do ever. But it's something which I know that's a good thing that will be helpful to people. It's something that our technology stack will be useful for. It's just not something that we're of a scale where we're ever going to do that. I would say that there's another project right now that is a little bit similar, actually. I have pretty good personal archives, and I've got I have about maybe 250,000 pages of documents that I've had scanned over the years, and they're all OCR'd and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so I kind of want to make this archive system that exposes a bunch of those documents, because some of them are historical interest, and gradually over time, probably more of them will be least exposable if anybody cares. So it's like, how do we make that system? Well, we've been building such a system, but that should turn into a company, because I do a fair amount of historical research, and whenever I'm talking to archivists, they say, hey, you're in the tech industry, we know what you do, and if you ever build an archiving system, the ones we have are terrible. We'd love to have a better system for exposing, the papers of famous scientist of old X or something. And so I know there's a market there, and we've been building some technology for my personal sort of use, but that's a thing which should spin off as a company, and we haven't done it because it's something which we'll start kind of small, and we'll be selling to university archives and this and that and the other, that's an example. I mean, there are actually an embarrassingly large number of examples of this, and I think that so if people are interested in these things, please contact us, because we've got lots of these. I've got lots of these to suggest. Actually, there's one that just got picked up, I'm happy to say. It was a project that we started a decade ago, and and now there's a startup, an outside startup, that is energetically picking this up. It's to do with data curation for research groups and services and products for curation of data for researchers and so on. And as I say, we actually had, it was kind of interesting. I literally did this meeting a couple of days ago. I said I would try and do sort of a brain dump of what we know from 10 years ago. And it's like, we actually pulled up, we had a complete business plan, all, completely worked out. The only funny thing about it was how much of what was in it is still precisely applicable today. Like, you just translate by 10 years, it hasn't been done, it still needs to be done. So yeah, there are these things. I mean, I personally, I have lots of ideas about lots of things, and I have to say that I do tend to constrain my ideas a bit for ones that I can actually do something with. And so there are things where, where I kind of, it's like I'm not going to bother to go and just invent random stuff about, things with airplanes or something, even though maybe I could, because I've got no distribution channel for that idea. I mean, I remember years ago now when I was interested in having, being able to type while I was walking on a treadmill. I invented some rather trivial mechanical setup for that. And it was like, okay, should I file a patent? Should I turn this into something? It's like, nah, there's no way I can do this. This is a thing of a completely different scale, completely irrelevant to our company. That's a thing there. I mean, I would say that there are some other things in the education area where, again, there are things I'd love to see done. And there are things which maybe I will do as sort of a hobby project at some point, particularly to do with, I'm interested in mentoring of kids and with different, who don't have access to sort of the best backgrounds and so on, and having a whole system for doing that. And I've sort of done a little bit of hobbyist type stuff in that area. I've always thought, we should make a more serious operation doing that. But again, it's not really thematic to what our company does. And so we haven't really, it's not something for which we can set up the wherewithal to do it. I mean, as I was saying earlier, when there are companies like multi-billion-dollar companies where no business that makes less than $1 billion is worth looking at, for our company, there are definitely things that are too small for us to deal with, even though they're good ideas, and even though they would do well for a smaller company. There's a question here. What is my favorite chocolate? Here, this is the moment for a product. I don't know. I go through different phases, but since I have some here, what is this? I don't even know what it is. I can hold it up. This is the light version and the dark version. This shows a certain degree of I was like, well, I really like the dark stuff and I really like the light stuff. And so I end up, usually I pick up one of each. And the one thing I like about this particular kind of chocolate, other than it's nice tasting chocolate, is that it's the thing where I end up like breaking it into little tiny pieces. So it takes, to eat an object like that, which otherwise I would just go glunk and eat the whole thing and just, eat myself into total gluttony. I end up taking this and I break off tiny little shards and eat each one. And it's kind of like the equivalent of eating a giant bar of chocolate, but actually I only ate a much smaller piece of chocolate. So that was an easy question to answer. I've gone through different favorite chocolates over time. For a while, I was very much of a Drost enthusiast, but Drost discontinued my favorite type of Drost. So that was a downer for that. There's a question from Aaron here. I think I'm, let's see. What was my reaction to getting a MacArthur grant? Was it exciting? What did I do with the money, etc.? So this was a long time ago. This was 1981, when I was much younger than I am now, 21-ish, I guess. And MacArthur Foundation had this rather innovative idea of just give grants to people, not for projects, but just give grants to people on the grounds that they might do interesting and promising things. And I think I was the youngest recipient at the time, so I give them credit for, it's less interesting to give a sort of award for promise to somebody who's 50 years old than to somebody who's 20 years old, so to speak. It's you're taking a lot less of a risk. I think I don't know. I might be the MacArthur person who has been the most, probably definitely the most, commercially successful after having gotten an award type thing. And I'm not sure whether that's viewed as a good thing or a bad thing. I've actually asked the people who run that what they think about that, and do they think that's a success or a failure? They don't really know, because I don't think it's it's not really defined. But it's kind of an interesting question, because there certainly are people where it's like, well, this person will be an interesting MacArthur Fellow person, but they also happen to have made $1 billion, so why would we give them more money type thing, which I think is not necessarily the right thinking, but not my place or thing to run their foundation. But the thing that at the time, I was a young faculty member at Caltech. I had this kind of research faculty job that was a pretty good thing, and I was like, okay, it's great to get this award, and it's amusing to interact with the media and so on, and have that was my moment to have the television crew camped outside my door, which was the moment when I decided to not list myself in the phone book anymore. And it was, I remember some guy doing a TV interview with me where he's like, what does it feel like to have won this award and get all this money and so on? And I like giving some answer. It was probably very geeky. I don't know what I said, but and then he says to me afterwards, he says, that was an interesting interview. The last person I interviewed just lost $1 million in Las Vegas. It's kind of like, you're in kind of the consumer world when that's kind of the, when you're doing the sort of the series of interviews like that, so to speak. I did have the experience. It was an interesting experience. I was, I think my picture happened to be on the front page of some newspaper, and I was like, does this make me too afraid to go to the grocery store? And it's like, look, I'm not going to have this experience many times in my life, probably. Go to the grocery store and find out what happens. Does anybody recognize you? Answer, no. You stand in the checkout line. There's a paper right there with your picture on it. Nope, nobody. So I thought, okay, you're safe. Then I was actually in England just a couple of weeks later, and there was some article in some English newspaper. And in fact, somebody did recognize me. So I was just proves the point or something that you never can tell what to expect. But I think in terms of I remember my friend Dick Feynman, who well-known physicist, saying to me, don't get too worried based on this award that that you have to kind of do lots of things because people gave you this award. And I'm like looking at him and like, actually, I didn't even think of that. It's like I'm sufficiently set and I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. It's kind of like, well, it's nice to have this award. The thing that for me ended up being the probably the most interesting thing was the MacArthur Foundation used to have these get-togethers every 18 months or so of its awardees. And it's just a very interesting group of people. And I met over the years just a tremendously interesting group in very diverse areas who I would never have met otherwise. And particularly in the 1980s, the idea of a kind of a mixer conference where there are novelists and physicists and people working in social causes and this and that and the other. There wasn't a venue where all those people would meet, and I met lots of those people, and I've been friends with some of those people for 40 years now as a result of that. And that was really a very important thing as far as I'm concerned. That really was, for me, probably the most valuable feature of the whole thing. In terms of the money, well, yeah, it was nice to have some extra money. I suppose, I don't really know. It's just money. It all went into bank accounts and so on. And I suppose if I were to trace the dollars, maybe I used some of that money as part of starting our company, but I'm not sure that I did, actually. I mean, I really don't know. It's, I suppose it also helped me a bit, that, when I started working on cellular automata and the computational universe and things that have led to a lot of my new kind of science book and things like that. I did that after I'd gotten this MacArthur Award. And I think it probably helped me to be a little bit more confident in, I can just do this, whatever. Maybe it did. I don't know if it did. than I would otherwise have been. I'm not sure if it did. I mean, I think awards are a very complicated story because awards are, first thing to understand about awards, a large fraction of awards are, in a sense, the awarding organization is getting something out of giving the award usually. And sometimes it's, there are plenty of awards that, I'm not a person who gets very many awards, for better or worse. And I like to think that's somewhat for the better, in the sense that I like to work on things where kind of one of my principles is, by the time there's a prize for that, the most innovative stuff about it has been done. Like if there's a field X and it's mature enough that there's an annual prize for X, then it's a big field where lots of people are doing things. Whereas at the point where you're starting field X, or field X is being started, there won't be a prize yet for it, but yet the things you do may be more significant and so on. So, but I think that one of the things that can be very bad is, people win a prize. I mean, I've seen terrible things happen with prizes. I mean, particularly like with Nobel Prizes, okay? I've seen people who they do some work and then they wait for the next 25 years, 30 years of their life. And all they're doing is waiting to win their Nobel Prize, or all they're doing and hoping that they'll win. And it's like, okay, great. That's fine. That's nice. It's not clear what it really does for people. And I think, although it used to be the case, just in terms of I remember a person who was not a big winner in the end, who had this kind of life plan that involved, and eventually he wins a Nobel Prize. And that was part of he was in his mid-20s at that point. And it was like, he's got this whole plan of doing this and this and this, and then he wins the Nobel Prize. And by the way, it's tax-free money in the US. I don't know if that's still true in the US tax code. For a long time, the Nobel Prize was specifically called out as not sort of taxable income, so to speak. Maybe that's been changed. Maybe that's a loophole that's been closed now. I don't know. This and then I've got a plan to win a prize. And I have to say, there are people, and I'm sometimes amused. Some people I know well, they win all the prizes, and it's like, are they really the people who are doing the most fantastic work, or this, that, and the other? Not really. They're the people who win all the prizes, because that's an activity too. And, it's fun for those, people have a lot of fun doing that. And it's like, it's a thing to do. It's just like, you can be really into the content of what you're doing. You can be really into the kind of the activity of making money from it, as where the money is not so much for the effect of the money, but more just for the sort of sporting value of making money, or, similarly with prizes and so on. But so I think that sometimes it's like somebody wins a prize early on. It's like, I suppose that's what Dick Feynman was saying to me. Don't be sort of derailed by winning a prize. In my case, that wasn't really a thing, just because of my particular personality and my particular, perhaps obstinate, etc. kind of way of doing things. But I think for other people, it might be like, I've already won. I'm 20 years old and I've already won. And what do I do for the rest of my life? I mean, this is, again, a thing that happens to people. People who do have a lot of success very early in life. It's complicated to know what to do next, because there's a tendency to say, I had all this success, in this particular area. It's comfortable in this area. Let me just keep going in that area. If that area kind of takes over the world, well, great. If that area kind of eventually becomes sort of decays, then you're kind of decaying with it. And there can also be a great tendency to say, I can't do something new and different, because then I'd be starting from the beginning again. I've gotten this far in this particular direction. I can't just go back to the beginning again. For myself, I've been involved in enough different things that I've kind of gotten used to the go back to the beginning again scenario, and I kind of enjoy it. And I also have found that, knowing all those other things sort of cross connects with the things that I'm trying to do. I mean, like right now, I can tell you I am back to the beginning on a whole bunch of areas which I've been working on that are sort of spin-offs from the physics project, actually. Like I've been studying economics, I've been studying chemistry, I've been studying immunology recently, some molecular biology kinds of things. And these are areas where, yeah, I've had some awareness of these areas over the years, but I'm no expert in these areas. And I really feel like I'm kind of the feel very much like I'm starting from scratch. Like I can see from where I'm sitting here, I've got a big pile of immunology textbooks, and it's like, oh my gosh, it's like I knew something about this at one point, but I certainly didn't know all this detail and all the things that have been discovered. And it's like I kind of worry I'm drowning in this whole area, but I'm pretty sure there's some pretty interesting things in theoretical immunology that have been left undone for decades, and where I think that there are things that we figured out recently that are probably relevant. Might not be. Might be that it's a waste of time. But I kind of have to. But I know I'm starting from scratch, and I'm still too embarrassed to even have a discussion with immunologists, because I feel like I don't know what's happened in the last 30 years since I last paid attention to that field. And I've got to know the basics and not be confused about my CD8 positive T cells and things, and not know what I'm talking about there before I can really have a meaningful conversation. All right, we I think need to wrap up. I went on longer than I should have done, so thank you very much for a lot of interesting questions, and I look forward to continuing this in a couple of weeks. So thanks very much.